All right, everybody. Minister Bubba Derek here. I just want to do this real quick. It's 4:39. Let's go ahead and get it. Let's go ahead and get this. I'm going to drop it for you. Stop looking, listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Jesus put an offer on the table, and everyone out there is now able to come home with God in your heart. You're never alone. If you believe me, you don't need that weed. Give Jesus a hug and put down those drugs. Rick Roll, the devil's already won. So why are you picking up that gun? If this spirit is activated and fake, why do you need that alcoholic drink? Because the devil tells you. He rules you, he fools you. But the minister is here to school you. I'm here to preach. I'm here to teach. And it's you I'm trying to reach through this song that I composed. When Jesus comes back, only God knows. Are you ready? Or are you sitting heavy? Are you ready? Or are you sitting heavy? You won't be if you follow me. Alright, come on with it, man. Oh God, what can I say about you? You still love us sinners, and you also been breaking for free. I'm not worthy, but you still search me out of the way for sin. And with Jesus' help, I know I can win. I love serving my Lord. He opens the door to a relationship with God. This is the only way in. In the name of Jesus, I always pray and I lay myself as a footstool for the lost demons. I know that for it's not true to be a believer, but I'm not with my soul in the hands of the deceiver, a wicked devil who brings a wicked trouble. Put my desires in ace and one for reaching paradise. A day with no pain, no stress. You gave me the way, and now I'm blessed. You can test me, let the devil stress me. But baby, hell is one place I don't want to see. So stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Are you ready? Or are you sitting heavy? Stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Minister, brother down. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Peace, everyone. This is Minister Brother Derek. I'm coming to that show real. And that's what I did. It's really hard to be a Christian in 2020. Yes, it is. Everybody seems to have a double standard. And we don't get no respect in the world. We are considered weak. We are considered strong. We are considered dumb for believing in the book. But yet, we see where the book is going. And you see where the book is going to be. We get no credit. So, this is for those who are making, who are remaining, who are making on the team. Let's get it. Every day I dance before the Lord. So I take the next season like an extension cord. I walk upon the light that's known as my name. This is a book of life. Let my light shine. Let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my God. And if he lets me live another day, I continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sitting and stop with God. And start playing in. I rule with the Lord who is in control. Heaven is my goal, this earth is a personal level. I help my fellow man here with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud, he's a liar, he's a get away from my God. The more people I come up and right, with a tempting on my chest. You will do the things that God can't stand ground on every day. I've been reformed, I've been hit with many opportunities. I cannot remain in unity with the Holy Father. Sometimes God was a hidden river father. I remain devout when it feels like I'm missing out. Most of the people that I meet who lie, feeling cheap, seems content while Christians like me. I'm kind of spent struggling. It should be the other way around. I'm not complaining, but I can use out someone who's living it up, to give it up. When that post is hot, doing life is a headache. That's got to be a better road today. You know what, middle ground? You ain't Jesus, say things. I know who to follow you. I'm not debating for what I'm waiting for. Satan's winning a battle, but God is winning the war. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I'm thinking that you like a stitch in court. I walk around the fight as long as the name. So go fight, you let the light shine. Let it broadcast worldwide. I will let Jesus be my God, and if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to run. Alrighty, y'all, and we are back. We are back. We just had to switch webcams. We're using the Logitech webcams, not this whole cheap test cam. We're not using the cheap anymore. We're using the real deal, Evander Holyfield. Somebody said that we're being punished by God because we are preaching in the bedroom. Let me tell you, I haven't had any relations since 2016. I've only been here a year. So there's been nothing unholy in this bedroom. So take your opinion and shove it where the sun don't shine. Preferably your behind. Okay? Let's get that out the way. You don't know what you're talking about. You're running your mouth. Here on this show, we tell what we know. We don't tell what we think. We don't tell what we feel. We tell what we know. And if you had facts, you would know the statement you made was incorrect. You're talking about whether or not a place is being holy. This room has not been defiled. Okay? It's not been defiled. So it is okay to preach in here. It's okay to preach in the bathroom if you need be. To preach in the kitchen. I think I covered that at the beginning of the show. Maybe you wasn't listening. Or maybe you only hear what you want to hear. If that's the case, why are you here? We here to worship Jesus and God. And if you're not willing to do that, why are you here? Because see, is the devil sending you here? What's making you chat in my chat when you know what you're saying is not going to be received favorably, but yet you do it anyway? This is why I say evil needs to be stopped, because evil doesn't have any scruples. Evil doesn't have any common sense. Evil doesn't have any honor. They think that they can do or say whatever they want to say, and it's okay, and it's not. But you see, church people supposed to be hallelujah and amen and glory, and we supposed to just ignore or pretend you didn't say what you said. Well, that's why Jesus sent me to this sector, because I'm not going to let you get away with it. I'm going to attack back. He couldn't send somebody here weak. They will crumble under the pressure. They will crumble under the pressure. I stand firm. And as I was saying before we got interrupted, are you carrying a chip on your shoulder? If you are, there's no way you can say that you're walking with Jesus. See, I could have blocked y'all, but I want you to stay and learn. Because see, I don't have a chip on my shoulder. I've got up over 500 sermons. Nobody has attacked any of them. So I'm not concerned. I can look at a scripture and decipher it in seconds, while some people spend weeks trying to figure it out. You're not going to intimidate me. You're not. See, a lot of people think, well, they spend hours trying to find something and then say, hey, there's a discrepancy. Let me go get them. And they come here and they get their feelings hurt. So if you want to debate, here is the link. We are on the StreamYards. Here is the link. If you want to come bring your point of view, the link is right there. Come in here and get this spiritual whooping. Because I preach from the spirit. I don't preach from no college books. I don't preach for what some professor told me to say. I don't spend a week preparing a sermon. I just do it. And I dare any of the devil or his demons or his human demons to come get this work, because they will get worked over. It's going to be a serious whooping, a mental whooping. So let's get back to worshiping, because you're trying to disrupt my sermon. If you didn't like what I had to say, you wouldn't be here. And if you are here, what's the chip on your shoulder? Because we're a small ministry. We're not a threat to anybody. So why do you come? What's bringing you here? Who's bringing you here? What's the chip on your shoulder? I don't have a chip on my shoulder. That's why I can be open and honest. Why I ain't got to hide nothing. See, one thing about evil should know, sooner or later it get exposed. Some of us learn quick, some of us learn the hard way. There are people here that can tell you, I tried to beat the health system. But you know what? The blood work don't lie. The scale don't lie. The glucose reader, it don't lie. You can't beat the system. You can try to cheat it. You can do it for a while. But guess what? Everything that's done in the dark comes to the light. Now we in the light. And we ain't got to worry. Who came to me to go see the foot doctor? Who saw how impressed he was at my progress? Who went with me to the heart failure clinic? Who went with me to the cardiologist? The cardiologist berated me in December. I thought he was going to put me on his shoulder and carry me around the office when we went last month. When you do right, good things happen. It's hard, but when you do right, good things happen. When you do wrong, you're always looking over your shoulder. And if you're looking over your shoulder, it's because you got a chip on you. And you're waiting for somebody to knock it off. Or you're going to attack first. Either way, you lose. Do you have a chip on your shoulder? Young Booty does. I ain't got to show you nothing. Who are you? The Holy Spirit asked me to come to YouTube. I ain't know what a YouTube was. Who are you? I know it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I ain't never heard of Young Booty Dust. Who ordained you to come in? Why should we listen to you? You won't even show your name. Why the heck should we listen to anything you say? I'm just asking the question. Why should we care a word about what you say? We care about the word of God. We care about the word of Jesus. And that's what I preach. Their word. I don't preach my word. I preach their word. Why do you think we've been doing this for almost 4 years? And nobody been able to knock us down. Because we preach on the word. We tell the truth. We tell the truth that most people don't want to deal with. So what do? They run. They hide. They pretend they don't see it. We teach the truth. You got to have a relationship with Jesus to have one with God. If you don't do it, you're going into the lake of fire. There's no in between. You can dance and sing and make all the excuses you want. It's A, B, C, and D. There ain't no getting around it. Well, you know, I mean, 316 said that all you got to do is believe. How many shows have we done proving that incorrect? That's what they want you to say. As long as, hey, I believe. I believe. That's all you gotta do is say, I believe, and you're going. No, you ain't. That's a lie. They're patting you on the back and telling you to keep doing what you want to do. Keep on doing it. Keep doing what you want to do. The fact of the matter is, there was no letter J until 1500. 1500 after Christ, not before Christ. So Jesus' name was not Jesus. His name started out I-O, not J-E. There was no Jew. There was no J. There was no J sound. So where you get Jew from? But you calling it Jerusalem. There wasn't no J. How is that Jerusalem? There wasn't no J until the Geneva Bible came out of Switzerland in 1506, if I'm correct. 1500 after Christ. 1500 years after Jesus. So that's not his name. Okay? We know that the Europeans and the Romans changed the Bible. We know that. We know it. We know that those Jews that are sitting over there now, the Bible says that the real Israelites are going to get the Jerusalem back when Jesus come back. You seen Jesus come on the clouds yet? Bible didn't say the United Nations was going to give God's people the land. He said that Jesus would. Have you seen Jesus come on the cloud yet? We know that those people over there now are fake. We know this. It's not news. We know that the European and the Spanish would rather call those fake Jews the real people instead of calling the real people who they were enslaving. That gave them the license to enslave God's people. Wasn't no Jew sent all over the world. Where? We know Hitler beat them up, but other than that, where? How are they all over the world? Getting abused, getting enslaved, all over the world. Those are not the true Jews. But you won't go fight that. You'll just accept it. Like everybody else has. We know that the pictures of Jesus is a daggone heroin addict. We know this. But you still accept it. You know good and well there's no way in the world that Moses was blue-eyed and pale. How could he be next in line? If the Egyptian king didn't have a son, Moses would have been Pharaoh. So you won't tell me that the master daughter could bring a black baby up in the house and he'd be raised to take over the ranch. We're supposed to believe that. But you expect us to believe that Pharaoh didn't say nothing about that white blue-eyed baby sitting in his damn house. He didn't say nothing. You expect us to believe that. Some of you do, and that's sad. But see, you can't fault them. Because see, they got children too. And they want their children to have the best. So why not change everything for the benefit of your children? Why do you get mad when you go look for a job and they hire one of their own? Could you really get mad at them? Why don't we have businesses? Why can't our children come to us for a job? Because if you had a business, you would hire the people that you know. Why do you get mad at them for doing the same thing? Do y'all understand? So I understand. But do you understand? The goal is to spend your time trying to get a relationship with Jesus and find out what he wants you to do, and stop worrying about what the media wants you to do. Stop worrying about what other people want you to do, because they can't help you. When you have to stand on Judgment Day, ain't nobody gonna be standing there with you. And you're gonna have to be accountable for your life and everything you've done in it. You think you're gonna shuck and jive and dance? Well, you know, Jesus, I was doing it. Hey, there ain't nothing that you could tell Jesus. Jesus came down here and lived 32 years as a human being. What you gonna tell him that he don't know? Well, you know, Jesus, what you gonna tell him? These are the things you should be worried about. These are things that you should be telling your children. You should be telling your family members, your neighbors. What are they going to do when they got to stand before Jesus? Because see, when you close your eyes, the body goes in the ground. They figured ways to keep the casket alive for 2 or 3 weeks after you die. But sooner or later, it all rot away. The maggots and the worms come eat you. From the ground back to the ground. But your spirit, it leaves your body. And it goes to Sheol or Hades. And there's the paradise part, and there's the hell part. Where does your spirit go? How long will it be housed? Will it be housed in glory? Will you be chilling? Or will you be on the hot coals? You're going to spend thousands of years down there until Jesus returns. Then after the first battle, the devil gets chained up for 1,000 years. And Jesus will rule. After that 1,000 years, the devil gets set free. And then there's another battle. And it ain't much of one. It's going to be quick. Then everybody got to line up. And you get your bodies back. And your body going to come. Whether you was buried, you was lost at sea, whether you was underground, wherever you is, your body come back. And your soul and your body actually get put back together. And you got to line up. It's going to be a long line. Billions of people on the planet. And each of you got to go before Jesus and state your case. Now, for those that he know, you ain't got to see none of that. This is what we know. This is what we preach here. Are you going to be able to stand before Jesus? Talk about you smoke your weed and you drink your drink and you hoe around and you lie, cheat, steal, and gamble? Are there preachers telling you keep doing that and you still going in? All you got to do is say, I believe. If that's your church, don't go back. Don't go back. Do I own a wrestling belt? No, I don't. Are you talking about the roast championship? We haven't engaged in any roasting in over a year. We've given that up. Why are you bringing that up? I really hurt some people, didn't I? I hurt some people, didn't I? We here to worship. You trying to bring the roast sector into this. Why? You can't stand on anything biblical that I said, but you want to talk about some wrestling belts. A belt is a symbol. It is a symbol. We're not talking about symbols. We're talking about the truth. Every symbol has a truth behind it. Why are you focusing on this symbol? We talking about religious stuff. You talking about a symbol. You've lost before you started. You still want to talk about some wrestling belts. Why? Are you offended? Are you offended that I retired from the road sector undefeated? That offend you? Why? You trying to bring me back? What do you think Jesus and God think about you trying to woo me back to the B sector? That's how I know you don't give a darn. Why are you here? You said had. You said had. Had mean past. Why are you trying to go back in the past? What about today? What about today? What about today, sir? Because I can tell you this, I'm doing a lot better today than I was in those days. I'm faster, stronger, lighter, and in better health condition. Why are you trying to take me back down that road? Because see, that's what evil needs to do. It don't have a leg to stand on, so it's got to play on your past. That's why you should never reminisce. Because when you reminisce, you only think about the good times. Yeah, them good old days. Them days wasn't all good, but you don't think about the bad days. You reminiscing about the good old days. You know, mom used to have the seven. There were bad times too. Stop worrying about the past. Worry about your future and how you're going to plan for your future. Don't worry about somebody that passed away. My God is of the living. He's not of the dead. He's not of the past. What are you doing today? I'm doing well today. How are you doing? I'm doing well spiritually. I'm excelling physically. My clothes is falling off me. I'm out there riding the bike like a champ. 6 months ago, the bike did all the work. Now it's half and half. I look for the day when I do all the work. Always striving, always trying to get better. But see, I don't want to get better at the expense of hurting somebody else. Is that what you're trying to do in the chat today? Are you trying to make a name for yourself at my expense? You're doing a poor job of it. Let me tell you, you're looking bad right now. You got a chip on your shoulder. And I'm just the person to knock it off. I noticed. I put the link up. I don't see nobody in the back chat. Come get to work. Our topic today, you still worrying about that. Look at you, just saying. Why you hanging on to that? Hey, did the devil tell you to say that? Because it sounds stupid. You think you sound intelligent, but you sound stupid. I want you to know that. I want you to know that. With everything that I just told you, it went in one ear and went out the other, and you're still coming with this. That's how we know you silly, you whack, you stupid. And anybody who think you said something, they need help too. You need help. So why don't you be quiet and listen? Maybe you'll learn something. Because see, I told you about the chip that I had. The chip was that people like you were going to say that I don't have the authority to preach anything. The authority doesn't come from you. The authority comes from Jesus Christ. So I'm not worried about people like you. You don't have no authority, you have no pull. If you had pull, you wouldn't be in somebody's chat that only got 14 people in. Can we just say that? So we already know that you somebody that got whooped on, or you was a fan of somebody that got whooped on, and that's why you're here. Well, welcome. We're not gonna run from you, and we're not gonna hide from you. Like I said, I could have blocked y'all a long time ago, but hey, show the world. Show the world. Keep talking. Make me keep talking and make me look good. Thank you. That's what you're doing. Everything that I preach not to do, you're doing it. Thank you. Appreciate you. Now, as I was saying, our topic today was, do you have a chip on your shoulder? When I was little, I was a little short, fat nerd. Y'all remember the wedgies? The spitballs being thrown at you? That was a part of life until one day they threw me in a locker and locked me in it in the basement of the school. Edgewood Elementary, number 67. They locked me in the basement in a locker. I got so angry, I busted out of that locker. I realized, wait a minute, I busted out of a steel locker. I might not have that amazing strength. I might not have that weightlifting strength, but there's something inside me that explodes. The school tried to get my parents to pay for that locker. I told them, where was the supervision? How was I allowed to be put in that locker? They didn't say a word. I was only 8 years old. How did I have the knowledge to chump down the principal? I had the spirit back then, didn't know about it. I've gotten myself out of things I don't know how. It wasn't me, it was the spirit. God chooses his people. And just like Moses, just like Noah, they were allowed to live their lives till they got called. Moses fled Egypt and went to the land of Midian. Got married. Had a family. God called him when he got old. He called him. Jesus was allowed 32 years on this earth before he was called. I was allowed to go 47 years, and I was called. And I ain't gonna lie, I ignored the call. I noticed things kept being taken away. That's what happened when you ignore the call. So I answered the call. Why are you here, young booty? Why are you here, just saying? Why are you here, young booty dust? Where you calling from? Who called you? Did the voice in your head call you? The voice in your head that says, go attack, go discredit, go destroy, go pillage. I got news for you. That don't work here. Because see, I don't have to come to YouTube. I can go out there on the corner. I got a video up where I'm sitting outside on a Sunday giving a sermon. There are church buses pulling up and people getting off. There are people that came outside and sat on their porch to hear me preach. I can preach anywhere. You know one place I don't worry about going? I don't worry about going to jail. Ain't nowhere in the world the devil want me sitting in jail. I got an audience that can't go nowhere. Why the hell would he want to send me to jail? With a captive audience that can't go nowhere. All right. Well, just saying. Have a good night. I'm just saying. Peace and blessings to you. See, the difference is I don't care how many people are here. But I'm being told to do this. If they satisfied with the numbers, why shouldn't I be satisfied with the numbers? If they satisfied with the numbers, why shouldn't I be satisfied? Because to be honest with you, doing the evil stuff brought more numbers. We have videos where we have 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 views. But we have videos that were positive that got views too. I was surprised the e-bike channel got 6 videos over 2,000 views. Surprised. But if Jesus and God ain't worrying about the numbers, why should I care about the numbers? They still keep saying do it. Because you see, they know only certain people are going to hear the truth and stick around. Other people are going to go run to somebody to tell them what they want to hear. So go listen to your fake ministers that keep telling you that being gay is okay. Keep being with them fake ministers that keep telling you you can have a mistress and a wife at the same time, long as you take care of them both. Go ahead and keep listening to the ministers. As long as you put money in the till, they don't care that you selling crack to your own people. They don't care if you're selling heroin, long as you putting that money in the till, long as you filling them envelopes out. So they'll be open tomorrow. Why are you here? Why are you here? That's my question. Here, we tell the truth. Truth hurts. If you ain't doing right, you get offended. You want to attack. But you got to make sure you got ammunition. It doesn't make sense to go into battle with no ammunition. And your feeling and what you think is not ammunition. Not against me. It's a weakness. I don't tell you what I think. Why would my thought be any more better than yours? I don't tell you what I feel. You might not feel the same way. I tell you what I know. And that's why I can't be beat. So you can say all the stuff that you want to say in the chat. All it is jibber jabbers. That's all it is. You're lashing out, but you ain't got nothing to fight with. You got no bullets. Just got blank. So keep on blanking. And I ask you again, what's the chip on your shoulder? I told you what my chip was. I remember the first time I got contacts. I thought I would look better if I didn't have to wear glasses. I had people tell me, you look better with the glasses. I'm like, what? But I also didn't like the fact that I didn't like that have to get into fights and worry about the glasses falling off. Didn't like having to be doing work and you start sweating and the holders on your ears, they get sweat on them and on your nose and they start sliding down. And if you ain't careful, they slide off. That's why I wear contacts. People say, actually, I enjoy it. See that? Now you're trying to bring another man into it because you ain't got nothing to fight with. Now you're trying to bring somebody else in. You want me to say something about him and hope that he come over here so that you can start a battle, right? That's what you want. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. So you can get that up. You can give it up, sir. That's whack, but that's all evil can do. Try to stir up trouble from nothing. That's all you can do. You ain't said nothing in here. You still talking about roasting. Why don't you go to the roast sector? They would love to have you over there. They would love to have you over there. Why don't you go over there and join them? I know the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit know more about the Bible than anybody else. I walk with Jesus. He know more about the Bible than anybody else. I'm not worried about what a man does. Was that supposed to like put a chip on my shoulder? Was that supposed to set me off? That's why I say you whack. You riggedy whack. Because I know the first thing you're going to say is, I'm going to run over there and tell the army that Minister Brother Derek said something. That's what you're going to try and do. I ain't said nothing. But you're going to lie and make up something, ain't you? Because that's all evil can do. You can't fight. So now you got to lie and then go get somebody to fight for you. Fact of the matter is, Victor Moan put me on. So since you can't beat me, you're going to go to the man that put me on. Ah, you whack. Good luck. Good luck, sir. You're not drawing me back into the roast sector. Go get a life. Go get a life. Because you haven't attacked anything that I've said. All you do is trying to crack on me, but you can't crack on nothing I said. That makes you lose. You don't win. You talk about everything else, but you ain't talking about the word of God. And that's what we here talking about. You ain't said nothing about the word of God. You want to bring other people into it. You want to talk about old roast stuff, but you won't talk about the word of God. And we are here to worship God. We're not here to worship the roast sector. We're not here to worship wrestling belts. But that's all you can talk about. So why don't you go see JB from New York? He'll gladly talk the wrestling to you. Go see the Solid Monster. He'll gladly talk the wrestling with you. Ric Flair got a podcast. So does Chris Jericho. They'll talk the wrestling with you. The Dudley Boys, they have a podcast. They'll talk the wrestling with you. We here to talk about Jesus and God and how to get a relationship with him. Now, if you want to talk about that, I'm all ears. The stuff you talking about, you need to go someplace else. We ain't hearing that. We ain't trying to hear it. This person sure know a lot about me. To be somebody sitting here with nobody in the chat, you sure know a lot about me. You're trying to start up something. Fact of the matter is, that's old news. You still trying to, I'm a liar. Tell me something that I preached to the people that was a lie. Hold on, we're going to stop the show. Come on. Tell me something that I preached to the people that was a lie. We'll wait. I know we got a long wait. Come on, we'll wait. Tell me something I said that was a lie. Tell me something. Tell me something I said that was a lie. Related to the scripture. Tell me something that was a lie. I'm listening. Come on. Come on, this is a chance. Make me look stupid. Tell me something about Jesus and God that I said was a lie. I'll listen. We waiting. This is a religious talk show. There ain't nothing about religion. You ain't quoted not one Bible verse, not one phrase. You still talking about the roast sector. You and your feelings about something that happened in the past, and it's a chip on your shoulder. And that's all you can do is go back to that. But this is a religious show. We still waiting. What did I say about Jesus or God that was incorrect? Tell me what verse and we'll go look at it. I'm waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. We still waiting. We're waiting. Hello. Tell me something that I preach to the people. Tell me something I told to the people that was wrong. We listening. You ain't said nothing. Tell the people what, why, and how. We're waiting. Come on, guys. Come on. You hold my show up, but come on. The hat says minister. Are you really that silly? Seriously. The hat says minister. See that? ULC. But see, this is what evil does. They want you to show something. Well, I showed it to you. And I need a new hat. Anybody want to help me get one? This hat falling apart. I mean, we need a new hat. But yeah, it's one of my credentials. But I'm not pressed about that. It's what come out your mouth, not what you wear. Tell me what came out my mouth. As far as the religion go, we on a religious platform. Tell me something that I told the people that was incorrect. We're still waiting. Well, you call me a fake minister. Well, explain how. Tell the people why I'm fake. We're waiting. Tell the people what makes me fake. I'm listening. Because if I'm fake, then the 12 disciples are fake. Luke was a doctor. Matthew was a tax collector. But they wrote 2 of the 4 gospels. The rest of them were carpenters and fishermen. They didn't go to no biblical college. They weren't taught. Who taught them? They were nobodies. But they did something that most people don't do. Jesus said, follow me. And they stopped what they were doing and they followed. He had to make Saul blind before Saul dropped everything and followed him. I've technically died 5 times before I would follow him. What is it going to take for you to follow him? What's it going to take for you to pick up your cross and follow him? Will you have to lose everything? Will you have to be brought down to nothing before you pick up your cross and follow him? I said, tell me something that I told them. You say back in those days you didn't need to graduate and get. Well, why do you need them today? Why do you need them today? They were back there when Jesus was alive. They didn't need it. So why do we need it? I listen. I told you the more you talk, the more you bury yourself. But we'll listen. Come on. They didn't need it back then. They didn't have no Bibles back then. They didn't have nothing back then. The average person today can go on Google and find out wherever they want. There wasn't no Google back then. Them people can only believe what they were told. So it's harder to preach today than it is to preach back then because everybody can look up what you say. They couldn't do that back then. It was very hard. You imagine how long it took to write a Bible? You had to have all these scrolling papers and you had a dipping pen and a well and you went up, each, the. But it would take you about 5 or 6 months to write a Bible. That means somebody had to be paid to do that constantly for 5 or 6 months. That meant a Bible was, and it was a script, a bunch of scrolls they kept in a canister, big canister full of scrolls. Them things had to be worth a lot of money because somebody would have to dedicate 5 or 6 months to do it. They had to eat. They had families they had to eat. They had rent to pay. Nobody gonna do it for free. They were very expensive. That's why the people wasn't ready for Jesus. If they had what we had today, they would know, hey, there he is. They didn't know. They only knew what they were told. But we still waiting. We still waiting. Now you bringing in another YouTuber. That's the second YouTuber That's the second YouTuber you brought up. You ain't got no ammunition. I want you to go away. You're losing. You're losing. Why don't people chat? Because of what I told you. We don't allow people to say what they feel. We don't allow people to say what they think. They're going to get challenged. They're only allowed to say what they know. And people are afraid to tell you what they know. But they'll tell you what they think in a minute. They tell you what they feel. What do you say to those moms that had them kids that play the little league, that say every kid should get a trophy for participating, even if they suck? Everybody, when they play, they should get a trophy. Nobody should feel bad. Well, if you suck, you should feel bad and want to improve. But no, you want to give everybody a trophy. Well, that weakens the value of the real trophy to the people that apply their craft and are good. But I feel that nobody should feel bad. Well, guess what? A lot of people going into that lake of fire. Do you feel they shouldn't go? Then you need to take it up with Jesus and God. Instead of going around saying, well, I'm not going to do what they want me to do, but I still feel that I should be allowed to go to the new earth anyway. I should be allowed to live forever, even though, I beat my kids and I cheat on my wife, and even though I gamble and I sell poison to the people. If I don't do it, somebody else going to do it. Yeah, you're going to find yourself in a lake of fire. But you feel you shouldn't. Well, the people that make the decision feel you should. And you should be trying to impress them instead of worrying about impressing the people on your block, the people at your job, the people on YouTube and Instagram and Twitter. You should be worried about impressing Jesus and God and showing them that you're worthy to continue on. But that's too hard. No, but then, I can't do what I want to do. Pick up your cross means you get up on the cross with Jesus. You die. Everything you've done, you let die. When you are baptized, you leave everything that you've done down there in that water. It's dead to you. You starting fresh. And you want to do what they want you to do. If you're not willing to do that, you can't walk with them. If you can't walk with them, you're going to hell, then you're going in the lake of fire. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You can talk to me all day, but you can't get around that. But you'll try. Well, I can serve the devil and Jesus at the same time. I can still do my dirt, and I can still come back here and sit in church and be holy. Yeah, okay. People aren't thinking that. Because that's what you feel. Keep on thinking that Jesus is a punk. People can't stand when somebody does a verse where Jesus is really breaking it down. People don't want to hear that. People don't like to hear God talk. When God talk, God don't talk like no chump. People don't want to hear that. And when you go to church, you don't hear it. You know why? Because those charlatans, they know the people gonna get scared and they're not gonna want to put money. They're not gonna want to come back. So that's why they leave them out. How many times you gone to church and you really heard God talk? When you come here, you hear God talk. We did a show last week. When you hear God talk, you go, oh my God. Because they got you thinking that he a big wuss. And Jesus is a wuss. That's because that's what you need him to be. So you can keep doing what you're doing. You know what you're doing is wrong. But you need him to be a wuss. But you don't just do it with him. You do it with people you know. Ah, that landlord always coming around for his money. But I ain't giving them nothing. Here, the whole month you talk trash. Knock at the door. Here you go, sir. Here's your money. Thank you for letting me stay here another month. That's human beings. Fake. Yeah, that daggone boss, man, he ain't nothing. Yeah. I should be running this place. He don't know what the hell he doing. Hey, boss, how you doing? How's it going, sir? How you been? Yeah. That's human nature. You can't do that with Jesus and God. They know what you think before you do, but you still try. You'll still try and shuck and jive them. You will still try to shuck and jive. You said, I don't see nothing. Well, hold on. Let's scroll up then. Why are you bringing up another YouTuber? I covered that earlier. Why are you bringing up another YouTuber? You supposed to tell me what I taught the people about Jesus and God that was incorrect, and we're still waiting. We're still waiting. We are still waiting for you to say anything. You're trying to rile people up to come over here to help you fight because you can't fight. You ain't got nothing to fight with, do you? You can't fight. We still waiting. Tell me something scripturally that we can go look at that I was wrong and teaching the people for the 80th time. You said I'm a fake minister. What had came out my mouth preaching that was fake? We're still waiting. That's why we're still here after almost 4 years. I don't preach nothing that I can't go looking back up. So apparently you say I did. So prove it. Don't ask me to prove it. I'm asking you to prove it. You make the charge. Back it up. We're still waiting. We are still waiting. We're waiting. Come on, we're waiting. It's getting late. 12 midnight here. We're waiting. Come on, where y'all at? Tell me something that I taught the people. I must have at least 500 sermons up. You can't find nothing? You can't find nothing. I don't know who you are. I don't know your names. I don't know where you're from. But I'm standing here battling. You got at least, I know I got at least 1,500 videos up over 24 different channels. You can find something. You should be able to bring something to the people. Make your case. I'm not going to make it for you. I'm the accused. The accused doesn't have to testify at trial. The prosecution got to prove his case. The defendant does not have to testify to anything. He can just sit there. The prosecution has to put on witnesses and prove the case. Defense ain't got to do nothing. But you got at least 500 videos to look at. And you can't, nothing comes to mind. Something that I taught the people that was incorrect. Nothing I taught the people that was incorrect. Because see, you attack the messenger, but you supposed to attack the message that he brings. The messenger don't matter. It's the message that he brings. Jesus says, anything you take into your body is not harmful. but it's what comes out your mouth, not what goes in it. So tell me, when it comes to religion, what have I taught the people that's incorrect? We'll wait. We're waiting. Stop telling me what God is when you don't know him. How can you tell me what God is when you don't know who God is? You've never spoken to God. You've never spoken to Jesus. How the hell are you going to tell me what God is? Stop telling me what you think. Don't tell me what you feel. You got to tell me what you know. That's why people don't chat here. I won't let you get away with what you think, what you feel. Tell me what you know. I talk about what I know. That's why my preaching is different than everybody else's. I tell you what I know. And I don't have no problem backing it up because it's the truth. The truth don't change. Lies change. Lies change all the time. You can take something and make it fit what you want. But the truth is the truth. You can't mix up the truth. The truth don't go nowhere. So we're waiting. You still talking about other people. You supposed to be discrediting me. Well, discredit me. Stop trying to use other people to discredit me. Tell me, what have I taught the people that was incorrect? We're still waiting. Give me a verse, give me a show, give me a topic, give me an idea, give me something. You ain't gave us nothing. The basis of this show is you need a relationship with Jesus Christ so you can get a relationship with God. Let him change you, mold him the way you want to be, the way he wants you to be, so that you can be acceptable to God, so that you don't get in the lake of fire. That's the whole platform of this church. Tell me what I said that was not correct, and we are waiting. You got at least 500 or 600 videos. You can go scan and look right now while we're talking. You got receipts where they show something. You keep asking me to show you something. I'm asking you, you bringing the charges. Bring the charges. You can't bring somebody to court unless you bring charges. The prosecution can't say, well, I'm going to go pick them up. But what am I picking them up for? You got to have proof. So deliver us some proof that me preaching what I've taught the people is not correct. Because if I did, I know for a fact the Jews would have been over here. I know for a fact the daggone wake up pro-black sector, they would have been over here. Because I've been over the Sinetters and jumped on them. But they won't come over here. Why? When I first started, I was talking about Butter Polite and Young Pharaoh before Victor Moan played my video. I was coming at Papi Hassan before Victor Moan played my video. Videos are up. They never came over here. They got nothing to work with. All they can do is call me fat and broke. That's all you can do. But guess what? We've come down from 320 pounds to 255. Pretty soon, you're not going to be able to call me fat. We move next month, and I start getting $400 back in my hand every month. So pretty soon, you're not going to be able to call me broke. What you going to call me then? Listen, we're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. We are waiting. Because we're showing you what evil does. All you do is bring up other people to try to make your case. But that's not what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be attacking what I teach, what comes out of my mouth. The topic of today was, do you have a chip on your shoulder? If you do have a chip on your shoulder, there's no way you can say that you walk with Jesus. In order for you to walk with Jesus, you got to put all your chips down, all your issues that you had before. You got to leave that. When you get baptized, you leave it in the water. You leave all that behind. You die. It's not about you anymore. It's about Jesus and what Jesus wants. And if you're not willing to pick up your cross, because Jesus got up there on that cross for you, for your sins. And if you want his blood to cleanse you, you got to pick up your cross and get on it. And you got to follow him. And he was resurrected in 3 days. You got to let him resurrect the new you, the way he wants you. Not what you want to do. As long as you're doing what you want to do, you're a liar if you say you're walking with Jesus. You got people coming in here telling me, well, you know, it's other things that you could do under the table. I do those things. I'm not walking with Jesus. If this is where Jesus wants me at, it's where I'm going to be. And we keep moving. My first video on YouTube, I was eating fake Cheerios for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We moved 3 times since then. Now we get ready to move again. And I can tell you, except for the kitchen, in the bathroom, it's a nice sized bathroom. It's a nice sized kitchen. The rest of the apartment is the size of this room. I'm giving up space. But what am I getting in return? I will never have to pay gas or electric again. My rent will only be 30% of my income instead of 75%. It's been a struggle, but we have survived it. Not only have we survived it, I'm 50 pounds lesser than I was in 2017. My sugar readings are not 4 and 300. My sugar reading today was 90. What was it, 94? I'm doing better. Did you see me out there riding? Did you see me on the bike riding? Who saw that video? I was riding like a champ. People in the chat were saying, I get so worried about him riding with that traffic. I was out there riding like a champ. I ain't never rode like that. I'm faster, stronger, better. Look at me and look at the glow. When you got the Holy Spirit, you got the glow. Somebody made a comment about my eyes. Well, look at them. Look at the glow. You see it. It's the glow of the Holy Spirit. Sometimes it gets frustrating. Like I say, doing the right thing in the beginning is always hard. But in the end, that's when it pays off. People that have fun at the beginning, they suffer at the end. That's why I tell you, it's better to be boring than it is to be exciting. Because those exciting people get in trouble a lot. And they need the boring people to come dig them out. When you're in that jail, who you call? You call the boring people. When you get in legal trouble, who do you call? You call the boring people. When you're out there in Vegas and you done lost everything and you can't even get home, who do you call? You call the people that you call lame, that you call boring, that you call stable. That's who you call. So would you rather be the person that's up and down and has to humble themselves and crawl back and call the person who they make fun of? Because when they up, they make fun of you. Look at you working for the man. Look at you. Yeah, look at you work 8 hours a day. Look at you. I go to the crap tables for an hour and I'm done for the weekend. But when they fall, who pick them up? The people that make fun of them. So I say it again. Do you want to stand in that long line and have to face Jesus? Or would you rather be picked up in advance in the rapture? Would you rather have to, if you're still living when he come back, have to deal with the ground falling from beneath you, with the mountains coming down, with the hailstones weighing 100 pounds hitting you in your head, all the water being turned into blood, nothing to eat, wishing you could die but you don't, getting stung by giant-sized locusts. They're just stinging you, wishing you could die but you can't, cursing God and Jesus and wishing you could die but you can't. Is that what you want? If that's what you want, keep doing what you're doing. If that's what you want out of life, at the end of your life, keep doing what you're doing. You better have your fun now. You better hope that your limousine riding, condo living, sea cruise, trekking, enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. But there's a price to pay, and you're going to pay it. And can't nobody protect you from it. Let's I think I bookmarked the article. I didn't read it, but I bookmarked something. Let me open up a window and paste it in. I just typed this in real quick. Can y'all see this on y'all screen? I typed this in real quick while the people was running their mouths. So let's see. This is my favorite part. What I say match up, because they keep saying you don't have no degrees, so you don't have the right to preach. Well, I pulled this up at random. You can see what it says. Y'all see that on your screen yet? Let me see if I can. Yeah, y'all can see it. Let's look. I typed in, can you preach with a chip on your shoulder? Well, let's look and see. 4 reasons you can't pastor with a chip on your shoulder. Chips in ministry don't work. Pastoring with a chip on your shoulder will destroy you. I think most of us can admit that deep down we love chips. Save your comments on saturated fats and cholesterol. Didn't somebody mention potato chips? Do you see how the Holy Spirit works? Do you see how the Holy Spirit works? Save your comments on saturated fats and cholesterol. I know chips aren't healthy, but we can admit that apart from the health factors, chips are amazing. As you are reading this, you are most likely imagining not just a type of chip, corn, potato, barbecue, veggie, etc., but a specific brand of that chip. Growing up, we were a Better Made family. Not only were they a local chain, Detroit, but they were pretty dang good. And I can remember a time in my childhood when we didn't have a bag of Better Made chips around. It was my father's favorite brand, and it was the perfect accompaniment to a tall glass of ice cold Coke in a football game. But when I think about chips, this is the commercial that comes to mind. It's a Frito-Lay commercial. We're not going to play. It takes me back to a simpler time when I didn't have to care about what I was eating because track and football was burning it all off. But lately, that slogan, "you can't just have one," has been what's on my mind. Why? I was recently preparing for a sermon on offense. And as I studied, I recognized that entertaining offense in our hearts only opens us up to more offense. Like a small bite from a poisonous snake, the offense venom spreads throughout our spiritual bloodstream at a prolific rate. This guy said what I said earlier. When you had that chip on your shoulder, if you let it, it will spread like a cancer through your body. Just like I told you. When I was young, I used to get bullied because I was a short, fat nerd. But when I broke out that locker, I realized, even though I'm a short, fat nerd, it doesn't mean I have to be bullied. I was 8 years old when that happened. But then things went back to normal, but I wasn't bullied. But in 1982, I was 12 years old. I'm sorry, 1983, I was 13. I had to look, it's either 82, I think it's 82. My god brother introduced me to professional wrestling. And after we watched the program, he wanted to wrestle. And I was throwing him around. I realized, hey, my awkward, nerdy clumsiness was the opposite of what the nerds that we grew up watching. You know, a nerd can do a lot of damage, but it's normally property they damage. How many things have Steve Urkel taught? How many things have Screech taught? How many things has Skippy taught? Who saw Revenge of the Nerds? When they got together, look at the damage they caused to those jocks. If you could put that clumsy energy into defending yourself, you don't have to be worried. It changed my life. It changed my life. I wasn't bullied from that point on. Later, when I mixed that with religion, because I used to be on the usher board. I was 10 years old on the usher board at a Baptist church in Baltimore. 10 years old. I was one of the few children. But I could project. I could always talk. It made me seem older than what I was. I didn't let the fact that I was short, fat, and four-eyed stop me. If I had never set a foot in high school, I probably would be an accountant right now. I probably would be, I won't say doctor, but I probably would have been a forensics scientist or something. But when I got in high school, I wanted to be with the jocks. And I spent my high school years trying to be a jock instead of being who I was. And it messed my life up. because I wanted to stop going to school. I went back and got my GED, but I wanted to stop going to school. And so I never went to a traditional college, which would open up the opportunities to have a really great job. Instead, I kept trying to prove you can do it without college. So first I'm trying to prove I'm not a nerd. Then I'm trying to prove I can hang with the jocks. Now I'm trying to prove that you can get rich without going to school. I got all these chips on my shoulder. Do y'all understand? Chips on your shoulder. We ain't talking about potato chips. We talking about issues where you trying to prove something that really don't have no value. Don't have no value. Some of y'all, so they were talking about the wrestling. They had 2 women on last Wednesday in a cage match. These women were cutting themselves open and wrestling on thumbtacks and doing all kind of crazy stunts to prove that they can hang with the men. But these women were already over. The people enjoyed just seeing them do regular matches, but they got a chip on their shoulder. They want to prove they're just as good as the men. Y'all might not watch AEW. Some of you might watch WWE. Ric Flair's daughter keeps trying to prove that she's just as good as the men. People keep asking us, stop doing that off the rope blind moonsault. You don't hit it right. You look terrible doing it. You know she does that every match and messes it up. But you know why she keeps doing it? Because people told her she looks terrible doing it. And instead of her saying, I don't need to have this in my arsenal, she's going to prove everybody wrong and fails miserably every time she come on TV. Because she got that chip on her shoulder. What's the chip on your shoulder? Vladimir Putin got a chip on his shoulder. He wants to bring the Ukraine back into the Russian family fold. He wants to bring the Ukraine back. He thought that he would send his troops over there and it'd be a clean sweep. But his troops are meeting opposition. His troops ain't getting nowhere on the ground. So now he bombing civilians. You got the biggest army in the world and you fighting a country that's the size of a peanut compared to yours. But you got to send rockets and shells and bombs over there and try to get the people will, not the people that's fighting, but the citizens. You trying to get them to say, okay, because you can't do it on the ground. The same way you had these trolls come in here. They trying to bring other YouTubers' names into it because they couldn't stand against me. So they trying to bring other people so that those people and their followers would also come into the chat and help them out because they can't stand on their own. They got a chip on their shoulder. Let's get back to this. Like a small bite from a poisonous snake, the offense venom spreads throughout our spiritual bloodstream at a prolific rate. My focus turned from my message and went into inspecting my heart. Here in the coffee house, the Holy Spirit began to work on me. I looked over the past 19 plus years of ministry and could recall far too many moments when it seemed I had allowed offense not just to be present in my ministry, but to frame my ministry. I found myself staring at a blank page in my journal and writing the words, chips in ministry don't work. Pastoring with a chip on your shoulder will destroy you. Have you ever heard the phrase chip on the shoulder? I've usually experienced the usage of it in the sports world as someone is described as playing with a chip on his shoulder. Usually it means that someone is acting out a feeling of inferiority or grudge. So in the context of my journal entry, to pastor with a chip on your shoulder means you minister while holding an offense or grievance. And unfortunately, I wasted too much time and squandered too many opportunities feeding off those chips. I wonder if a few of you have as well. So why don't chips and ministry work? Here are 4 reasons why. 1, offense disguises itself as passion and progress. One of the most deceptive things about offense is it impersonates itself as something that is permissible to entertain. We think ministering with a chip on our shoulder is a badge of honor, but in reality, that sensational momentum and drive we're experiencing is really a focus that is directed inward. In other words, the false sense of motivation isn't Christ focused, it's me focused. You're determined to make you shine as to prove a point instead of living to glorify Christ. Can I read that again? In other words, the false sense of motivation isn't Christ focused, it's me focused. You're determined to make you shine as to prove a point instead of living to glorify Christ. Amen. 2, offense is addictive. Living with offense is far too easily a place to hang your hat. It feeds a victim mentality that finds identity in a place of hurt. And that place of hurt is an addictive place to live. It creates a story, a narrative to live by. But I wonder if too many of us are more addicted to talking about our pain than we are talking about the healing Jesus can bring. As a minister, let alone a believer, if we find our identity in anything other than Jesus, we are living from a subpar place that will lead us to subpar locations. We don't live for identity. We live from an identity. And from our identity is Christ. A victim mentality is impossible to maintain. If we are healed in Him, if we operate in Him, then what we do will flow out of Him and not out of our offenses. The people that came into the chat today, they were on offense. They were trying to put me on defense. But as a follower of Christ, I put on offense with my defense. They were just bringing offense. Offense is energy. If you're playing football, you got two lines of men or women that line up to oppose each other. The people that have the ball, they on the offense. The people on the other side, where that line is, they're trying to cross, is the defense. The defense job is to stop the offense and give the ball back to that team so they can go on the offense. The best plays in football is not the touchdown. The best plays are the interceptions, where you take somebody's offense and you turn it into offense for your side and then make them that was on the offense have to play defense. And that's what we did today. When they came with their offense, we hit them not only with defense, but we also did an interception because we put them on the hot seat and made them have to go on defense. Explain why you coming. Instead of calling them names, instead of blocking them, we allowed them to play defense and they couldn't do it. We got the interception and they couldn't stop me from going across the goal line. Their offense was weak and their defense was even weaker. You can't go your whole life being on offense You got to have defense. And that defense is going to lead you to a turnover or an interception. But you got to have both. If you are in Christ, let him guide you. Stop trying to say, I'm doing something. There is no me. Everything is him. And everything you do, it's not you, it's him. Everything you do. I can tell you, my two biggest bills is rent and gas and electric, and then come prescriptions. I was fussing about paying $40 a month before last October. Just for my prescriptions now, it's $45 a month. Just 4 of them. 4 out of the 10 I take. To get the results that I'm getting, I'm paying double the money every month. But it's okay. Because starting next month, if approved, and I should be, starting in May, so let's just say June, everything gonna change. And the two things that I worry about right now, they're not gonna be a worry. But it wasn't just something that fell out the sky. This has been in the work since 2019. The fact that I will never have to pay gas and electric again is a bonus. But if I had to, I would. The fact that I only got to pay 30% of my income instead of 70%, I've been paying it all this time, but it's gonna be nice. But that don't mean that I should say, okay, well, I don't need you no more, Jesus. I don't need you no more, God. I'm gonna have money in my pocket now. Doing what they wanted me to do. And also on the advice of some family members have got me to this point. And the only thing that's going to change is those two things. We still going to keep doing our sermons. We still going to keep doing our shows. We just going to be doing it from a different location. And now, instead of riding by and showing you stuff, I'll actually have the ability to go inside and show them to you. That's going to be the difference. I'll actually be able to go inside some of these places and actually show them to you. That's a difference. Big difference. It's a big difference. People are going to make jokes. They're going to point their fingers and laugh. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about God and Jesus. As long as I'm doing what they want me to do, I don't care what somebody else thinks. And y'all hear me say that, but y'all won't say it. I do care because I care what my neighbor think, and I care what my father think, and I care what my mother think, and I care what my boss think. Well, if you care about what they think more than you care about what Jesus and God think, you're done. And there's no, I can't let you try to talk your way into your own reality. The reality is Jesus has the authority over everything given to him by God. And as long as he manages it well, God's not going to take it back. So you got to go through Jesus. And can't no pastor, can't no reverend, can't no president, can't no councilman, can't no senator, can't nobody help you out. Let the chips that's on your shoulder, let them fade away. Let the things that you've been taught by other people, let them fade away. One of the biggest chips that I had to get over was feeling inferior. I don't have money. I don't have the right look. I'm not tall, dark, and handsome. But when I write, it's fire. When I speak, it's fire. Why let those things that I see myself not having overshadow the things that I do have? Why not focus on what you do have? It's been a couple times that I've asked people, do you think the platform is dying? It's not dying. The people are being weeded out that can't hang. The people that can't deal with hearing the truth over and over again, they're not going to be able to hang. They need to go to some place where they need to feel miserable. See other people doing worse off than they are. They see me doing better. It's hard to look down on me now. So they go on someplace else. They go on someplace where they can feel good about themselves. Because a lot of the people that's the most vocal, those are the ones that's doing the worst. But they try to convince you they're doing well. They go out of their way to convince you that they are doing well when they're not. They'll come on YouTube and act like they got all this money. They ain't got nothing. Hey, Chung Lee. I just looked at the chat. They come on here and act like they're doing all these great things. They're doing all these great things. But when you see them in real life, they're a mess. You seen me climb from the bottom and we fighting our way up. I'm coming to you from my bedroom right now. Until I moved here, I had never done a show. I'm not ashamed. You're not going to make me ashamed. It's my place. It's clean. It's bug-free. Somebody tried to make fun of my cat. Yeah, she's fat because she well taken care of. That's supposed to make me crumble because you make fun of my cat? You say I can't preach from my bedroom, but ain't nothing going on in this bedroom that's unholy. Why can't I? If you're going to bring something against somebody, have something to back it up with. When you have to start bringing other people that ain't got nothing to do with the situation, you lost. Because that's what the devil does. He's a liar and a cheat. You trying to bring other people into the situation to help you battle because you can't do it on your own.
It's like if you were cutting class and the principal caught you. Why are you cutting class? Why you not in your class? You know you're supposed to be in your class right now. Instead of you saying, hey, I didn't want to go. I wanted to go to the arcade. Instead, well, you didn't say nothing when Jane cut class. You didn't say nothing when Rudy cut class. So why are you saying something to me? I didn't catch Jane. I didn't catch Rudy, but I caught you. And instead of you standing on your own 2 feet, you trying to bring other people into it. Well, let me bring some people into it. Come to my office. You're suspended. Let me call your parents. I'll bring them into it then. You want to bring people in. Because I was going to let you go. But since you want to start bringing other people into it, let me bring your parents into it. Number 3, offense gives a false sense of fullness. I don't think there's a real challenge to this. When I entertain offense, I tend to continue to feed off of it. And the more I feed off of it, the less healthy mindsets I feed on. I'll go back to my chip metaphor. How many times have you started snacking on junk food before a meal because you were extremely hungry? But then when you got the meal, you couldn't eat what was put before you, which is probably 10 times healthier for you because you had filled your stomach with junk. Offense wants to stuff you and weigh you down by leaving no room for that which can build and grow. I can testify to that. I can testify to that. Because when I got off the show yesterday, I took 2 puddings and 2 tangerines and I brought them in here and sat them on the bed. And then I went out and I peeled 8 jumbo shrimp. And y'all know that the foot doctor's wife is his nurse. She told me to try brown rice. Those that watch the show know what I'm talking about. We got the brown rice. I don't know if I didn't cook it long enough, but it was hard and didn't taste right. And because it was smaller than the white rice, I put too much in the pot. And I had so much it wouldn't fit on the plate. A lot of it got flushed down the toilet because I couldn't fit it on the plate. And I wanted to wash the pan. I don't like having dishes set up because it attracts insects. Do y'all know it took me from last night all the way up until 2 o'clock today, and I still threw half of it, I flushed down the toilet. But I had while it was boiling, and that brown rice take longer to cook than white rice. I had 2 puddings, they sugar free, and I had 2 tangerines. And I didn't like the taste of that brown rice. I gotta find a way to season it or cook it longer. I might have to cook it long and then put the shrimp in there. Or cook it separately. But I can tell you, a couple bites of that rice, I didn't want anymore. And finally, at 2 o'clock today, I just picked the shrimp out of it and flushed the rest of it. So I understand what he said about filling up on junk. I understand what he means, filling up on junk. But I ate as much of that rice as I could because I paid for it and I was going to eat it. And it was better for me. And when I got on the scale, instead of being 254, I was 257 today. If the rice was better, Why did I pick up 3 pounds? That's why life is an experiment. If the rice was supposed to be better, why did I pick up 4 pounds? I went from 254 to 257. There are people here that can testify because I send those readings off to family members. We picked up weight. Sugar came down. We was only 90 something. But we picked up weight. My body was able to take that rice and put the pounds back. Whenever you're trying to lose weight, your body is looking for anything to suck. We tried something different yesterday, and it backfired. So now I know. Now, luckily, we have the other kind of rice up there. And when I get off of here, I'm probably going to go fry a couple pieces of chicken and peel some shrimp and put some rice in there. And we're going to have a nice little meal. But the point is, I started off wrong because I started off with snacks. You should never lead with snacks. But that rice, brown rice, takes longer to cook. And I had done the show and I was hungry. And we don't have candy to snack on. Only thing we had was the sugar-free pudding and the tangerines. The rice was nasty. And I heated that thing up 7 times between 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Finally, I said, the heck with it. I just ate the shrimps out and then flushed the rest of it. I mean, I didn't realize that little bit of rice was going to blow up. And I mean, it was falling off the plate. You know, I had a pretty big plate that was falling off. But also, it brought my weight up. Now, we had went out and had been showing off on the bike and be pedaling. And when I came back in, I weighed myself and I was 254. But today I weighed myself, I was 257. We got to make the adjustments. So no brown sugar. No brown sugar. Offense in ministry is what high cholesterol is to your blood. The presence of it will slow down life, inflame issues beyond what they should, and lead you toward death. The death I'm talking about is beyond the physical. I've seen churches and ministries die from issues of offense. Relationships between churches have been destroyed over it. I've seen pastors' marriages plummet as offense is entertained. The more you entertain it, the less surprised you should be when you, your family, and your ministry, and the ministry you are involved in start suffering from offenses, catastrophic results. I love the quote from Stephen Furtick on the subject. Offense is a moment. Offended is a choice. Are you ministering with a chip on your shoulder? Are you living with offense? I've been there, I understand. And like you, I can have a lot of excuses to carry on my offense. None of us are immune to being faced with offense, but we do have a choice whether we pick it up and let it be the frame for which we live life and operate in ministry. But no justification can rationalize carrying the burden of the unnecessary pain of not dropping offenses, offering forgiveness, and allowing Christ to bring deep healing. Is there any more fitting scripture about this than John 10:10? Jesus says, the thief comes only to steal, kill, and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it abundantly. Let's take a look at this. Jesus said, the thief only comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Who was he referring to? He's referring to the evil one. Jesus says, I came that they may have life and have it abundantly. Jesus is the kryptonite to the evil one. Jesus is the kryptonite to the evil one. Just like Superman is afraid of kryptonite. But you have to get the kryptonite from Jesus to use on the evil one. If you're not in fellowship with Jesus, you can't get the kryptonite. You don't have no defense against the evil one. You're battling between your desires, your body's fleshly desires, and with the devil ones. You need Jesus to be the mediator. If you don't allow him to come in and clean you up, you won't get cleaned up. And you'll keep being at the mercy of the evil one. I think that it's a bad thing that I can almost see the evil one. I wish that I couldn't, because it makes me want to fight the evil one. When I see somebody that's listening to the evil one, and I look in their face and I can tell they under the spell, it makes me want to lash out at them. But that's not the way. The way is to try to woo them away from the evil one. But see, we want to take offense. That's human nature, to take offense, when we should be using defense to block their offense so that we can get a turnover or interception and bring them to Christ. But instead, we go on the attack and send them further into the clutches of the evil one. Oh, it's still a paragraph left. I thought that was it. Please learn from this pastor who used to live off chips. Offense is what the enemy wants to use to steal your joy. He wants to kill your calling. Destruction is all he is after. But releasing the chip and grasping on to Christ brings us to a place that is nothing short of a full life, which includes a full ministry. So hold on a second. I almost didn't read this. I didn't. Offense is what the enemy wants to use to steal your joy. He wants to kill your calling. Destruction is all he is after. But after releasing the chip and grasping on to Christ, clinging to Jesus brings us to a place that is nothing short of a full life, which includes a full ministry. Doesn't that remind y'all of what happened tonight? We had people coming here on the offense, trying to put me on the defense. But instead, I let them talk, let them play their plays. Then I caught the interception and put them on the defense. Their reaction was to try to bring in other things. Their reaction was to try to bring things from the past. The fact that they couldn't read that this hat says minister and not sinister, I think is just beyond explanation. But that's what they do. They feel good about themselves. By hurting others. In order for them to feel good about what's going on in their life, they got to bring somebody down. I don't want to live like that. If y'all were here when the show wasn't on, you'll hear me tell the devil, you can't do anything unless I let you. You don't have no power over me. You can't do anything unless I let you. Unless I open the window up or open the door, the nets can't get in here. Unless I leave the drains uncovered, the nets can't get in here. If I don't keep that litter box up, they don't have no place to put the eggs for their babies. They like the drains, the toilets, and the litter box if you got it. I got to not do these things in order for this to happen. You got no say in it. You can make it me seem busy. You can keep me, but I got to make the choice not to do what I'm supposed to do. As long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, try as you might, you can't touch me. You can make stuff fall off the bike. You can make the camera like tonight go on and off. I should have switched cameras. I was being lazy. I allowed it to happen. Wasn't nothing special that he did. I didn't do what I was supposed to do. As long as you do what you're supposed to do, most stuff don't go wrong. It can get frustrating. Y'all don't know how much time I spend before we go out that door, how much time I check and spend and make sure everything is correct. And something still seems to go wrong. When we watching the 360-degree video back, you know, there's nothing more irritating than me because I want to be riding. I want to see what I couldn't see. I'm watching the road and the potholes. I want to see if every time I look, I'm stopped fixing something. What did I do wrong before we started? It'd be different if I didn't check anything and we went out there, then hey, that's why I get frustrated. We check everything before we leave, because if we don't, we got to pay the penalty. It's going to be, I'm going to be stopped on the side of the road trying to fix something. I know if I don't charge the power banks up, they're going to run out. If I don't have the cords right, they're going to pull out. I know these things. You know, when we rode to the hospital, some of y'all didn't notice. Some of y'all didn't notice. But bringing the bike down the steps, the chain came off. Because I was pedaling more, I noticed it at the beginning of the ride. We only had 20 minutes to get there. So I didn't want to stop. I fussed for a minute, but then I said, you know what? It's the sensors. It's the sensors on the chain wheel that spins that makes the motor go. So even if the chain is not on correctly, as long as I pedal, the magnets are going to go around and let the motor know I'm pedaling, let's go. And we got about a quarter mile into the bike ride. the chain came back on by itself. It came off by itself, then it came back on. It just popped back into place. It was off the teeth, the wheel was off the teeth, it goes around. By me just using it, it popped back on into place. I felt kind of silly. You did all that fussing. The bikes don't have nothing to do with the move. The bikes don't have nothing to do with the move, my duck. I've been planning this move. Actually, this has been a plan since 2016. I actually applied in February 1st of 2019. I should have applied for it in 2016. I already be there. But I wanted to get Section 8. But Section 8 was closed. The minute I got approved for Social Security, they closed it. Literally days before I got approved, they closed it. I went down there, the woman said, "Oh, it's too late." Well, you say it's a small room, well, guess what? Except for the kitchen and the bathroom, this is the apartment, the size of the apartment I'm going to. That's why I say that king size bed ain't gonna work. So I'm giving up a lot of space. On the other hand, it's less to keep up. And I have a balcony. I can give me a chair and go out there in the balcony and chill. It doesn't matter who came in, they got their butt handed to them. And they made an interesting show. Thank you. Whoever it was, gave us an opportunity to show what people really think and feel. The important thing that everybody gonna forget. They kept calling me fake, but they couldn't tell you what I said that was fake. That's the one thing everybody gonna forget. They came here with the charge that I was fake, but they never told you anything that I preached to you that was fake. They never denied anything that I said. Ever. While we got the camera on, y'all can see in the rear, those are the rear speakers on each corner of the room. There are two here in the front on each corner of the room. The center speaker is right here above the TV. You can't see it because of the bed, but underneath that right speaker, there is a speaker on the floor. And right behind me at the end of the bed at that wall, there's also the speaker that we carry on the bike. Y'all know how loud that speaker is. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 speakers. And then we got the subwoofer down here. That's 8 speakers. So we got a 7.1. On the third, I'm going to get, it's on sale too. On eBay, it's $55, but on Amazon, it's one left. I hope it's still there. It didn't drop down to $29. instead of using digital, optical, or coaxial, this TV has a digital, doesn't have a coaxial. And instead of using an optical cable, which can't carry the real stuff, we're going to get an HDMI. Now, we're using HDMI. We're using the display port to an HDMI adapter. That goes to the HDMI port on the TV, right? Then we're using the optical port out the TV into a decoder that decodes it, and then it sends it to the speakers. But optical and coaxial cannot carry. It cannot carry True HD, Dolby Digital, DTX, Dolby Atmos, Dolby Digital Plus. It can't carry any of that. We're going to get an HDMI, which is going to come from the PC and go into the decoder and then go directly out to the speakers. So it's not going to come through the TV and go into the speakers. It's going to come directly from the HDMI. HDMI can carry, depending on whether or not you got 1.2, 1.4, 2.0, or 2.4, it can carry between 8 and 32 channels. Optical can only carry 2 regular stereo channels at full PCM. That means not compressed. Or it can carry 5 channels of compressed, squished data. And that's what most people have that use optical or coaxial. They got the squished regular old Dolby and the old DTS. They don't have the True HD. They don't have Dolby Digital Plus. They don't have Dolby Atmos. They don't have DTS-X. They don't have DTS-EX. They don't have DTX. What's the other one called? DTX HD or something. A lot of people getting Blu-rays. They got Blu-rays and DVDs and don't know they're not getting the benefit of it. They waste their time. Oh, they playing in stereo. They think they're doing something. You know what I'm saying? They think they're doing something. You ain't doing nothing. You think you're doing something. So like I said, I really should wait until I move. But like I said, it's on sale for $29. I want to give it a shot. I didn't realize that optical was that limited. I really didn't know it was that limited. But I mean, it works. I mean, you know. But like I say, optical cable's been around for 15 years, and they haven't updated it since. They made it. It's doing the same thing it was doing 15 years ago. So it was designed to run stuff from 15 years ago. So now that we got the Netflix, and now that we're using the Amazon Prime, the TV says that it's outputting Dolby Digital Plus when I'm watching Prime. Guess what? Optical cable can't carry Dolby Digital Plus. So what good is the TV outputting something that the cable can't carry? That means the TV has to break it down to a weaker version or just do stereo. And if you're going to do stereo, you might as well just hook up some boom boxes in your place and let every speaker play the same sound out of each one and say, hey, They surrounded me. I got surround sound. Most of y'all don't care. But I can tell you, I've been watching Gotham, been watching Supergirl, still watching Good Girls. I haven't looked at Stranger Things this week. I haven't gone back to that. But when I'm watching Hell's Kitchen on IDMB or when I'm watching YouTube, I can tell a difference. There is a difference between stereo and Dolby Digital. There's a difference. I can testify to that. There's a difference. But I don't want the old. I want the new. Because right now, optical is holding everything back. Because most people have optical. You know what an optical cable is. Don't I got one? I got one around here somewhere. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, it's way over there. That's why you're not seeing it. Do I feel like walking over there and getting it? It's way over there. Try about it. That little thin wire ain't carrying nothing. Well, you can get a fat HDMI that can carry audio and video. Get a fat one. It ain't no big thing. But like I said, I've been waiting patiently. And I've been tempted. But right now, I'm just using what I got. I've been tempted though. I kid you not, I was thinking about buying a whole new entertainment center, but we spent all that time getting all these speakers in here. Well, why would I want to get rid of it? Especially since I'm moving to a smaller place. So I'm gonna be able to put a speaker like I had at the place I just came from. I'm gonna have a speaker in the bathroom. I'm gonna have some speakers in the kitchen. I might even have a speaker to go out on the patio. Because the one I'm getting, it's a 7.1. Because right now we doing two speakers on one port, two speakers on another port, and then 4 speakers on a third. We'll actually have 4 ports, so we can do the 2, 2, 2, 2. We can do the 2, 2, 2, 2 rather than having 4 on one and then 2 on the other 2. So I can keep doing what I'm doing now, and then I can add. I haven't looked at the chat in a while. Mother says, have first Jan road video. I will upload tomorrow for your e-bike show. Jan is alive and running. All right. Mother says, Jan is alive, only took 6 months. Recorded first test ride for BD. Good. I am glad that she is up. Why you mentioning that? Let me see what's going on with the Let me see what's going on with the bike they supposed to send me. It ain't moved. I don't understand how come it's not moving. Let me bring it in so y'all can see it. Do y'all see this? This hasn't moved since what, the 21st? I don't understand why it's not moving. It's saying the same thing, on the way. You come down here to view details. It says it was shipped on the 21st. And you can see 322 at 10:31 p.m. on the way from Tacoma, Washington. This thing has not changed since the 22nd. It has not changed since the 22nd. We can do a refresh. It still says the same thing. It ain't changed. It ain't changed since the 22nd. Well, Mud Duck, you fixed Jan. You think you can fix Marsha? I think I can get you a good deal on it, and you and Pops can go ride out together. Let me know, because I can ask the seller for a price. I think she just need a controller. I think she need a better controller, or to have it on the outside. If you can take it on the outside and rig it up, that's what I think her problem is. $500, you say? Let me hold on. All right, Mud Duck. I asked him. We'll see what he say. No, 500 is a good price. I know what he's gonna say though. Yeah, 500 plus the shipping. Watch. That's what he's gonna say. He gonna say 500 plus the shipping. He gonna say that's fine plus the shipping. Notice what he's gonna say. He usually answers me around between 3 and 6 in the morning. So I'll send you an email, let you know the answer. Y'all better watch out. Y'all gonna see Mud Duck flying up and down. I still have nightmares about that cliff you showed. Alrighty. Does anybody have any comments on what happened today? I gotta say though, you know, we had the best bike ride that we ever had. We had the best bike ride that we ever had yesterday, and I wanted to go out today. The weather and dropped. We gone from 60. My dog said you got lots of views. Roasting is better than God for views. That's because people love misery. People love misery, my duck. And like I said, you know, I'm ashamed to say it, but I kind of enjoy it. It adds a little spice, shakes things up. Could I do without it? Yeah, but you know, I love it when the people come in here and prove to y'all what I tell you. They came accusing me of something, but yet they keep talking about other YouTubers. Those other YouTubers get better views than me. So why are you trying to bring them down here? You need somebody to help you fight, that's why. Because you open your mouth up and you got your butt whooped, and then you need reinforcements. Just like a gang member that runs his mouth in somebody else's territory. When he get opposition, he go get his boys. I got my boy, his name Jesus Christ. And he never let you down. Human boys will let you down all the time. But that's good though, because I was wondering about a home for Marsha. And so that's good. Oh, Nia has said something back. I think Nia fell asleep. You still here, Nia? You fell asleep? She said she'll look for the notification. Does anybody know what channel? Maybe on the Minister channel. So this was the right show to be on the Minister channel. We're actually gonna get some views. Maybe we'll get 50 cents for this video instead of 20. Much as I like to show some news, I'm afraid if we do, they're gonna flag the channel. Oh, it's not fair. I'm trying to see if the seller answered back yet. Nah. But don't worry, my duck. As soon as I get an answer, I'll let you know. Cause see, once again, and this is the truth. See, if I was evil, I would cut the seller out. But why? The shipping. He can get the shipping done for 130 or less. If I try to take the bike down there now, they're going to charge me $2 something for the shit. So what would, and then you have to worry, is he going to find out? They might not ever ship me another bike. Why would you want to do? I don't understand why people lie, cheat, and steal. I just don't understand. I don't understand. It could be in the hands of somebody that can bring it to perfection. You know? And like I said, shoot. Mud Duck gonna get the powerhouse. And he know how to maximize it. I'll get a cut. The seller will get a cut. Why should somebody be greedy? But some people, you know, I'm keeping all myself in there. And that's why they don't have no good luck. Uh-oh, he just hit me back. All right, hold on a sec, y'all. Mother said 500 watts is fast enough. You only weigh 135 pounds. But I'm gonna tell you, that's 750 watts. Well, you're gonna feel like you're on a spaceship. I just hope the seller don't blow this by being greedy. Because I can tell y'all now, we sold the e-bike. We sold the Bessie. And somehow they blew it. Somehow they blew it. They blew the sale. Mud Duck says he'll give Marsha to his friend. He the same as my weight. I got somebody excited about the bike. They started talking to them, all of a sudden, they don't want it no more. What did they do wrong? I did my job. I got the person to use the coupon. We did do the sermon. What do you mean waiting for it to begin? We did do the sermon. The sermon was on having a chip on your shoulder. And we'll have another one tomorrow. We was able to get the sermon in between all the people coming in. We still was able to get it in. Did you fall asleep? Well, we was able to get it in. Hold on. Hey, Mud Duck, can you do me a favor? Can you tell me on the Hangouts what state you live in? Don't type it over there. Okay, good. It was Washington. Okay. I had to correct him. I think he thought you meant a brand new one. I'm telling him the one that we got that ain't doing nothing. Don't blow this sale, man. I got news for you. Ain't nobody from YouTube going out there into them hills, them cold hills of Oregon, Washington, Portland, Seattle. Ain't nobody going out there for those YouTube beats. They had to be crazy. You going out there, you might as well go to the South or North Pole and deal with the penguins. Get you a dog sled and go slide across the ice. All right. So so he just asked. First he said he wants the new one. I said no. He wants the old one, the one that I got sitting here. Then he typed back, yours? Like really? Did he really think I was going to ask him to sell a brand new $1,700 bike for $500? It's real. Yeah. Mother says it's not like Maryland. Spokane, your bike was shipped from coast. Kind of crazy. He said he could have rode it there faster. You're getting a knee box. Yeah, that's what I said. I got news for you. I was trying to think of who I could sell it to. So this will be good to know. It's almost like having a pet, and you sell a pet to somebody you know, and so you still get to see it. Well, I'm waiting on the seller. And I can't wait for Mud Duck to show the video. We found it. Hold on now. If I tell y'all something, y'all gonna laugh. I want y'all to look at something. The man just asked me if we sell this bike to Mud Duck, how can I push it? I rode it. I have this bike. I bought it. I rode it for y'all. I pushed the PS6. I never had one. I haven't had a Plus. It's right there, so that's what he buying. The GS9. I never got the road for y'all. Mud Duck bought it. The G9. Never had a G9. We push it. The PC 100. We pushed that bike. I've never had one. That's a good. Why is one $9.99 and one $11.99? That's a good question. Ain't it the same bike? PC 100. Oh, okay. This is for the UK version. $200 more. But we pushed 5 bikes. I've only had 3 of them. I only rode 2 of them. So why did he ask that question? Anybody want to take a guess? My duck says 500 videos. Bike is famous. I can do videos of my bike rides on it. Yeah, because Micah did a video on it. Micah did a video on Jane. Hold on. We still waiting on that bike near. They're supposed to be here Monday. This guy obviously don't watch the videos. I'm waiting on him to respond. He says that if we sell a bike, how am I going to push it? I'm pushing 5 bikes right now, and y'all haven't seen me ride a G9. You ain't seen me ride a GS9. You ain't seen me ride a PS6. We still pushing. How does not having a bike, what's that got to do with me not being able to push it? If Mud Duck is willing to take on the headache, let him do it. All right, let me ask him this. 600 plus shipping. See what he say. Yeah, I'm starting to understand how we lost the sale. Because I guarantee you, I was told no shipping, no sales tax. And I guarantee you that person called, used my coupon code, and they tried to charge him something that I told him he wouldn't have to pay. And I think that we lost a couple sales last year. I got the people to use the coupon, they blowing the sale. Just like they blowing the sale right now. They're trying to let greed. The money it will cost for them to pick up Marsha, the money they will cost, they had to pick up Marsha and send it back to California or to Tacoma and then send it back to China or Philippines is a lot more money. Right now, all he got to do is use the shipping discount that they already have with UPS or FedEx, the contract they already have. And he can probably ship the bike for $130 or less. Whereas it would cost, if me and Mud Dog tried to do it, it would probably cost us 200 and something to ship it. And then they just take the 500. Then they ain't making nothing off the bike right now. And be happy. But they won't do, give me my little cut. It ain't much, but I'll take my cut. It'll help with the move. But don't want to do that, did it? They don't want to do that. So we'll just see. Still waiting for him to respond. Nia said, what's the question he asked? He asked, how am I going to push the bike if I don't have it? And I just showed y'all that we pushing 5 right now. I don't have 5. I only have 2. We never got the GS9 to run. It took Mud Duck 6 months to get it to run. But we still, I've sold about 5 jams. Nobody never seen me ride jam before. But the majority of the bikes we sold was jam, the bike that the Mud Duck got, and the PX5, Bessie. That's the majority of the sales that we've done so far. So we waiting on him to see what he's gonna say. Well, we got the opportunity, since they're already up there, let's take a look at the e-bikes. Why not? Maybe somebody will buy one today. Now y'all know this is the Pestolet PX5. They got it in white, but I have the black one. Now the white is only for Canada. We sold out of the white ones in the United States. They sold out of them, but they have, of the PX5, they have 9 ready to go in the United States, and in Canada, I'm sorry, they have 9 in Canada and 16 in the United States. They got 16 ready to go in the United States. So this is the one that we have. And I paid for this bike so I can speak on it. Mother says he can do bike repair videos. Oh, that'll really help out the e-bike channel. Now this is the bike that I paid for, and God was telling me about Joe Biden yesterday. I was able to afford to get one last year because of Joe Biden's stimulus payment that he gave us United States citizens. I wish he would have gave us the 2000 one, and I could have got the upgrade, but this bike is good. It does what we needed to do. It's perfect. Yeah, it's me. 500 watt motor that peaked between 750 to 800 watts. It got a 7-speed Shimano shifter. Comes with rack and fenders, and that rack is dependable. I put a lot of weight on that rack, and it hasn't folded. It's got a 10.4 amp hour battery. Video's up. You see how long I ride on it. Comes with a front headlight. Rear tail light is in the seat. It's got a black and white display. It's got mechanical disc brakes. I ain't got to tell you about this bike because you can watch me ride it. I own it. I paid for it, and I use it. Let me get you the linky dink for it. This is for the Pestolet PX5. This is the link. And here's my coupon code. Here it is. Let me show you what you do with it. All you do is scroll down, hit buy it now. We got 16 of them ready to go. Fill your information out on this side. Come to discount code and type in Brother Derek PX5. They're asking $9.99 right now. Use my coupon. You can get it for $8.99. $8.99. $8.99. You can't beat it. Now, this is the bike. I tell you, between looking at a computer monitor and looking at a real TV, this bike really looks good. This is the green version. We don't have any of the green available in the United. We got them in the United States. We have 20 ready to go in the United States, and in the UK, we got 8. We got 8 left in the United Kingdom, in the UK, but we in the United States. But just in case somebody from the UK looking for a bike, we got 20 of them ready to go of the green. Let's look at the black. In the black, we got 20 units in the United States ready to go. In Canada, we got 19 units ready to go. And in the UK, why the UK is $100 more, I don't know. But in the UK, we got 8 ready to go. So if you're in the United States, Canada, or the UK, you can get one of these bikes. Let's go back to the United States. That's where I am. This is the Pasolect PX6. Now I just showed you what I had, which is the PX5. This is the 6, and this is the update. I want this bike. Why do I want this bike? Look at it. Well, it looks the same. Well, it does, but it's not. Number one, instead of having a suspension seat post, it's got full frame suspension. So this is a full suspension bike. You got front suspension and you got full frame suspension. You got the same 20-inch, 4-inch wide fat tires. Look at that updated rack. Look how solid that rack looks. See, that's an upgrade. Okay? Instead of a 10.4 amp hour battery, you got a 12 amp hour battery. That'll give you an extra 10 miles. That's an upgrade. Instead of a black and white display, you got a color display. That's an upgrade. Instead of having a 7-speed turning Shimano shifter entry level, you got a mid-level Shimano Altus 8-speed, not 7-speed, 8-speed gear system. Instead of having mechanical disc brakes, and if you watch my videos, you know that they go wah, when you hit them. These don't make a sound, and they almost stop you on a dime. Hydraulic brakes do make a difference between, especially when you pushing something this fast. What else? My PX5 has a 500 watt motor that peaks between 750 and 800 watts. This bike is 750 and it peaks between 1,000 and 1,050 watts. So you get 1,050 watts of power. You get the hydraulic brakes. You get a heavy duty rack. You get an 8-speed Altus shifter. You get full suspension. You get a color display. You get a 12 amp hour battery. And when you hit the brakes, the tail light come on to let the people know you're slowing down, just like a car does. That's a whole lot. And it folds up. This is the package. Fold it up, put it in the back of your car, ride it to work, fold it up, put it under your desk, put it in the coat room where everybody hang the coats at. I think that's the best foldable on the market with all them features. You ain't gonna find all them features for this price. You're gonna be looking hard. You're gonna be waiting like 12, 14 weeks. I had you this bike in 7 days or less. And I gave y'all the link. Here's my coupon code. And let me copy it this time so I can be faster. Ain't it? Somebody type in between. Like that. This is the link. They in the chat too. And this is my coupon code. Except for the plus, every bike is Brother Derek in the number of the bike. Whether it's the PX5, the PS6, whether it's the G9, the GS9, or the GS9 Plus. Now the GS9 Plus, you got to type GS9-PLUS. The rest of them just put the number of the bike after Brother Derek. So let me show you what you do with it. You scroll down, and this don't matter if you in the United States, Canada, or the UK. My coupon works in all of them. Instead of paying $15.99. Now see, if there had been a Minister Brother Derek, I would have this bike because the $1,400 stimulus with my coupon, I could have got this bike. With the $1,400 stimulus, I could have got this bike. Look at that, $12.99. I can get you $300 off this bike with my coupon code. $300 off, $12.99. 750 watt motor that peaks at well over 1,000 watts. I don't know where you're gonna find that at, unless you go to AliExpress. Like I said, you wait 8 to 12 weeks to get something. I can get you this bike in 7 days or less, guaranteed. That was the foldables. Now let me show you the mountain bikes. For those of you that don't want a foldable, for those of you that like style versus utility, for those of you that's not going to use your bike to carry things around, then you want something stylish. Check out the G9. 27 inch, 27 and a half inch, 3-inch wide tires, 13 amp hour battery, 7-speed Shimano gearing system, mechanical disc brakes. It has a black and white display. I don't know about these new ones because I ain't seen one. It's got front suspension, 13 amp hour battery, lasts you all day. I can get it to you in this color, and that's the only color we have available. Let me get you the link. Give me 1 second here. There's the link. My code, Brother Derek. Brother Derek G9. All right, there's my code. Let me show you what you do with it. You come back here, you click buy it now. Fill your information out on the left. Come to discount code. They asking $11.99. Put my coupon code in there. I can get you this bike for $9.99. That beautiful bike that don't look like any bike. $9.99. Now, if you're willing to spend a couple more dollars, let me show you the upgrade. Let me show you the update to that bike. This is the Pass Select GS9, and it comes in 2 colors. Now, this color, we got them in the United States. We got 19 in the United States. In Canada, we got 20. And in the UK, we got 6. In this color only. The other color is only United States. Keep that in mind. Let's go back to the United States. Now, this is the gray and orange. It's available in all 3 countries, United States, Canada, and the UK. But this is the new model, the new paint job. They updated the G9, and they updated the GS9. Now, you're probably saying to yourself, it looks very similar to the first bike I showed you. Well, it should. It's an update. Well, why not just get the cheap little $9.99 joint? Well, let me tell you, okay? Because they both got 27.5 3-inch wide tires, right? They both got a 13 amp hour battery. They both got a 500 watt motor that peaks between 500 to between 750 and 800 peak power. That's where the similarities end. This bike doesn't have a 7-speed Shimano shifter. It has an 8-speed. And it doesn't have Mickey Mouse shifters on it. It's got the updated shifters. This bike doesn't have mechanical disc brakes like the 999 one. It has the hydraulic brakes. This bike has full suspension. The 999 one only has front suspension. So your hiney gonna hurt when you hit them bumps if you get the cheap 999 bike. Okay? This has a color display, full suspension, an 8-speed shifter, and hydraulic brakes instead of mechanical disc brakes. If those things mean anything to you, you need to get this bike. This is the best all-around bike. The hydraulic brakes, the 8-speed gearing system, the 500 watt motor, the 13 amp hour battery, the full suspension, the color display. This bike is the package. And it don't look like any bike. Looks like a regular bike. I think that this bike is the package. Let me type in my code. You get pretty fast at typing with one hand. Copy. All right. Here's the link. For the GS9, and there is my coupon code. Let me show you what you do with it. This works for, now remember, this one is only available in the United States. The orange and gray one is available in all the states. Don't get them mixed up. We got 38 units ready to go. To your house, 6 days or less. They asking $14.99, and that's a pretty good price, considering all the features you get. Use my coupon code. Get this bike for $12.99. For those of y'all not paying attention, because of its looks and because it's a mountain bike, I think that this and the Passelet PS6, both of them are for $12.99. Would you rather have the sexy look, or would you rather have the 750 watt motor? Both of the bikes are $12.99. Both of them got the same features, except the PS6 doesn't look sexy, but it's a utility bike. But it's got the 750 watt motor. It's got the rack and fenders. Now you can put rack and fenders on these bikes if you want. But do you want the sexy, or do you want the work vehicle? That's the question. But both are $12.99. Do you need that 1,000 watts of power behind your butt? Or is 800 watts enough? Do you want to look good? You want people to stop and stare at you. That's the difference between those two bikes. But Pedelec didn't stop there. Let me show y'all the queen of the hill. This is the queen of the hill right here. This is the mother lode, the mother chode. Let me show y'all the Pedelec GS9 Plus. So I showed you the G9. I showed you the GS9. Now I'm showing you the GS9 Plus. What makes this bike different than the other two? If you're asking me that question, get your glasses fixed. Because if you don't notice, those 26-inch wide, 4-inch wide fat tires, those big pillows, if you don't notice that, I don't know what to tell you. That should be the first difference. You know, look how fat them tires is. Like riding on a waterbed. What makes this the mother lode? Those tires won. But just like the GS9, remember now, this is the Plus. This is the GS9 Plus. But the GS9 has hydraulic brakes. So does this bike. The GS9 has full suspension. So does this bike. But the GS9 has an 8-speed shifter. This has a 9-speed shifter. That's an upgrade. This bike has an updated color display. The GS9 has a color display, but this has an updated one. The GS9 and the G9, they both got 13 amp hour batteries. This has a 14.5 amp hour battery. That's an extra 10 miles a ride. But what really separates, other than the fat tires, other than the extra speed on the gear shifter, what really sets this bike apart from its two siblings, it has a 750 watt motor that peaks at 1,050 watts. This e-bike that doesn't look like an e-bike, that's got them fat tires, gonna make everybody come over here and say, hey, is that electric? That e-bike has 1,050 watts of power behind it. This is the mother lode with the hydraulic brakes, with the full suspension, with the 14.5 amp hour battery, color display, 9-speed gearing system. I say it again, car-like brakes. Anything that you want on an e-bike is on here. All you gotta do is put your own rack and fenders on there. If you want to make it look ugly by putting on rack and fenders, because it's gonna make the bike look ugly. That's my opinion. Some people, you know, you don't want the rocks and stones to hit you, then you'll go on Amazon and get you some fenders for $20. If you want to lug it around like a foldable and put stuff on the back of it, then you can go get a rack and put it on there from Amazon like I did. I have a rack on mine. If you want to ugly it up, you got the prerogative. But this is the mother lode. This is the mother lode, the mother chode. Let me get you the link for the Pedelec GS9 Plus. There's the link. Let me type in the coupon code. Now this coupon code is a little tricky. You type in Brother Derek, and then you type GS9 dash PLUS. And when you're trying to paste it, you got to be careful because you got to use the shift key and move the arrow because the dash stops it. Let me copy it. All right, and there's the coupon code. There you go. All right. All right, my duck. Hold on. Hit it. All right, wait to see if my duck go for this. All right. Don't go nowhere, my duck. Did I give y'all the code? Let me put this real quick, and then we'll get to that. We got 20 of them in Canada. And 20 of them in the United States. Ready to be shipped. Let me get you the coupon code here. They asking $16.99. Use my coupon code. Get this bike for $14.99. Now I got other videos up, but we went on Google and we typed in 750 watt e-bikes with full suspension, 13 amp hour battery, 9-speed shifter, and we put in $14.99, and you didn't find nothing that had all of them. Most of them bikes didn't have no frame or rear suspension. Some of them had mechanical disc brakes that you would find on the cheaps. You're not gonna find that price, and they have it to you in 7 days or less. You ain't gonna find it. $14.99. You can't beat that. You can't beat it. All right, Mud Duck, you still here? All right. He said 600 plus shipping. It's up to you, sir. 600 plus shipping. All right. He said, yeah. All right, all right. All right, I'm waiting on his response. Waiting on his response, my duck. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. I know my duck, and I appreciate it, buddy. You don't know. It would really help me out. We had to see, you know. He was American, he would have been saying, yeah. But you know them, they got a different way of thinking. So we'll see. I think he gonna roll with it. I hope so. Okay. He said, okay, my duck. Hey, my duck, send me an email with your address information, sir. Call me lazy because I know I got it somewhere buried in Gmail. Because you sent it to me 6 months ago. But send it to me again. And I'll send it to him, and he'll make the shipping label. And like I said, the company can get a better deal on the shipping than me and you can. So we'll go ahead and let him make the label. I'll take the bike apart and put it in the box. The box is right there in that closet, right behind that closet door, you see. And I'll call the Uber, and I'll Uber it up. All right, you said tomorrow we work out a payment setup. Nice to eliminate PayPal. Well, all right, I'm gonna talk to you on the other end. Do y'all have Cash App up there? Do you have Cash App where you from? That's better than PayPal because PayPal take 30%. Everybody know that. They suck. Let me get you the link. And if y'all don't have Cash App, if y'all don't have Cash App, I have a I have an online banking account. That one time every year or every 2 years where we get a payment from YouTube, it goes to that account. So I'll send you the routing number and the I'll send you the routing number and the account number. Maybe you can pay it that way. All right, we'll work it out tomorrow. You don't want to use PayPal. When I send them the money, it's on PayPal. Yeah. That's the only way they can do it. Oh, shucks. But I agree that PayPal get on my nerves. That 30% they take is crazy. But it's convenient. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, he been. Now I know why they blow the sales. Now I know why they blow the sales. They don't know how to negotiate. I got this though. I thought. Now I know why. I ain't gonna say nothing. They're gonna blow it. He's gonna blow the sale. It's sad. Now I know why. Now I know why that person just out the blue said cancel the order. I got somebody excited about the bike until they got to them. It's sad. He's gonna blow this. He's gonna blow this. And it's sad. He's gonna blow it, being greedy. Right now, you ain't getting nothing. At least now you're getting something. Why be greedy? Don't understand.
Real team coverage this morning. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bodner is near the Ukraine border in Russia, and NBC News White House correspondent.
How's the volume, y'all?
Also with us. We want to start though with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry, who's in Ukraine's Lviv for us this morning. So Cal, it looks like Russia has intensified its bombing campaign in the last 24 hours, starting with that heavy bombardment of Kharkiv yesterday. We just heard President Zelensky talking about it. What is the latest? Yeah, an impassioned speech, as you laid out, saying that Ukraine is fighting for its life, fighting for its country. And this is what he has been spreading here amongst the Ukrainian people, this sense of nationalism, this sense that this is a fight for Ukrainian identity and a fight for democracy. But as you also mentioned, the uptick in attacks, this uptick of bombardments of various cities in the eastern part of the country, starting with Kharkiv, where we have seen rockets landing in the center of that city, causing civilian casualties, we're told by Ukrainian officials. This is just a day after we saw Russian troops dismounted out of their armored vehicles, moving in to some of those suburbs. The Ukrainian government saying heavy fighting ensued. And in the capital, you have this very ominous column slowly making its way towards the capital of Kiev. As you mentioned, Maxar Technology saying it's a 40-mile-long convoy that is mostly of armor, tanks, APCs. It certainly looks as though the Russians are going to continue their assault towards these urban areas. Where I am in the west of the country, this humanitarian crisis, it really is this steady stream of refugees fleeing from the east. I had a chance to speak to a woman yesterday who fled from Kharkiv, drove through Kyiv on her way here. Here's a little bit more of her story.
We also have a child. And so for 5 hours, we drove 2 kilometers during 5 hours. So it was just like spending there during the shootings, during everything. I just told my husband, like, just cover him with your body. Talking about my son, I said, just cover him with your body. And then we drove for another 24 hours without sleep, without anything, and just trying to get somewhere further.
Now, according to the United Nations, 660,000 people have already fled Ukraine. That number does not account for the remaining internally displaced persons, which could easily reach into the millions, guys, as fighting continues to spread.
Cal, you mentioned the satellite pictures of that 40-mile-long Russian convoy slowly heading toward Kyiv. It's an ominous sight. Has Ukraine's resistance slowed the Russian advance there, and are there fears now it's only a matter of time for this massive convoy reaches the capital?
Yeah, look, I think there's a playbook for this. People here are aware of this playbook that the Russians have carried out in the past. 1994, Grozny, they surrounded that city in Chechnya. They shelled it. It was horrifying. We had, further, ominous signs this weekend from a Russian general who said that they might create a humanitarian corridor to let people out of Kyiv. The implicit message there, though, is that if you remain, you could be a target. Look, the Ukrainians do not have air superiority. The good news for the Ukrainians is that the Russians don't have air superiority either. You just have this convoy sitting there on this road, very exposed. But, while the Ukrainians are able to kind of fight inside these cities using these civilian defense forces, it seems clear with this convoy continuing to move that they just don't have the conventional forces, at least right now, to take it out.
Cal, without that air superiority, there's just not much you can do about that convoy. It looks like they're sitting ducks, but right now they're simply not. Cal, this escalation comes after we know both sides met yesterday, about 24 hours ago, to discuss a ceasefire. No breakthrough there. Did anything positive come out of those talks at all?
I don't think so. I mean, the bottom line here, we heard this from President Zelensky. It's hard to negotiate. He said we're being shot at. I mean, as those talks were going on, there was shelling continuing, and it should be noted, while the Ukrainians sent a defense minister, looking more and more likely that the Russians sent a football club over, Roman Abramovich, to these talks. So, it's an indication of how they may not have been taking it as seriously as the Ukrainians were hoping they would, because that delegation just was not at the senior level. The talks lasted just a very short time. The Russians said that both sides were heard. But again, as the bombardment continues, it's hard to see how anything positive came from the meeting.
Cal Perry in Western Ukraine. Cal, thank you.
President Zelensky spoke moments ago at the European Parliament. Let's get more reaction to that speech with NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman, who is there in Brussels. Josh, great to have you back with us. So President Zelensky, as we saw, got the standing ovation before and after his speech. The main thing here was what he's saying to this particular group. I mean, of course, it was just stark to see him, as you pointed out, in this unidentified room with just a flag behind him, no longer out on the streets of Kyiv, as we've seen in many of his social media videos that have gone viral. We've seen him in this room. He was able to address them, really pushing for that entry into the European Union. Walk us through what we heard, what the reaction is, and what the next steps are.
Yeah, Savannah. Well, the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, started his speech to European Parliament by wishing them a good day, and then immediately said, look, for a lot of people in Ukraine, today is not a good day. Today is their last one. And that really set the tone for this speech, being given by a wartime leader at this point, someone who just a few months ago was not broadly known to the international community. In fact, you think in the US, we mostly knew President Zelensky from when Ukraine was dragged into the Trump impeachment scandal. But here you have someone who over the last weeks has really grown into the face of global resistance to President Putin, to his territorial ambitions beyond Russia, and someone who has come to symbolize that fight for freedom, something that Zelensky said is at the heart of what Ukraine is fighting for right now, their independence, their own security to be their own country, something President Putin has questioned even exists. We heard such a concerted argument from Zelensky here at European Parliament for why there's no time to waste for Europe to make Ukraine part of the EU, something his country is now pushing for urgently. And even though there are a lot of roadblocks on the way for that to actually happen, the reception here in Europe has been that yes, this is the time to start to bring Ukraine into the fold, to make clear that this type of aggression from President Putin is only going to push the countries on the periphery of Russia closer to the West, not closer to Moscow, as Putin seems to have thought would be possible through this war. You can see here at Parliament behind me, they're flying the Ukrainian flag next to the European Union flag, a clear sign from parliamentarians here that they want to show unity with Ukraine. And we know that the European community will be discussing in the days to come whether to move that forward by giving official candidate status to Ukraine to eventually join the European Union.
And Josh, Zelensky was very clear with his request. I mean, he said, we are showing everyone we are equal members of Europe, referring to the fight that Ukrainians are putting up. Without Europe, we are lonely. Prove you are with us. Explain what membership into the European Union would do for Ukraine, what it means, and also if there is any concern in the same way in the way that there is with NATO, with what Russia's reaction would be to them actually joining the European Union.
Well, yesterday you and I spoke while I was at NATO headquarters, which is, of course, a military alliance. They've got planes and jets and military ships. The European Union does not have an army. They are not going to be defending the Ukrainians any more than any other country. But what EU membership would do would signal that Ukraine is taking a firm step toward Western Europe, that it wants to be part of that community. You know, if you go back to 2014, to the last time that there was an invasion, you know, it was in the aftermath of the Ukrainian president at the time rejecting a deal for Ukraine to become closer to the EU. And the Ukrainians were so upset that that pro-Russian leader was pulling Ukraine more towards Russia that they began protesting in the streets. So this is a country that has had that pull to the west and to the east for some time, now clearly showing they want all of the protection as well as the engagement with the European community that would come with EU membership.
In that time in 2014, ultimately resulting in the revolution of dignity, something the people of Ukraine are certainly showing now. Josh, thank you so much.
The invasion of Ukraine has united much of the world in opposition, with even traditionally neutral nations agreeing to levy sanctions against Russia and provide military aid to the embattled Ukrainians. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now. So, Mike, I mean, this invasion has really united U.S. allies across Europe at a point in history where some wondered if some of those alliances were fraying. How is the White House viewing this shift and what it means going forward?
So obviously they're welcoming it. When I think back to covering candidate Joe Biden throughout the 2020 campaign, one of the most dire warnings he would issue to voters in his campaign speeches was that if Donald Trump was reelected as president, the NATO alliance as we know it would end. What have we seen just in the last
Daughter phone down, y'all. I had to bring the other one back.
Especially to protect our eastern flank allies, but also to put pressure on Russia with this Ukraine invasion. When I think back to traveling with President Biden to England and to
look at how small the Ukraine is compared to Russia. Look at y'all. You're telling me it's millions of people in this little place. It's millions of people in this little place. How many millions of people are here? It's millions of people in this little place. How many million people are in all? Look at all this red. Look at all this. Look at all this, y'all. Look at all this red. Russia don't have a lot of water, though. Y'all notice that? They got water here. They got water here. But through the middle of the country, they don't have no water. Y'all notice that? They got water down here. Where that rivers and stuff at? Like it's a dry, cold, snowy place. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? You can see rivers going through here. You can see rivers going through Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary. Look at the rivers. There ain't nothing going through Russia. Russia look naked as on the way. Back to the video. I just want y'all to notice that. Look at where all the rivers at going through Russia. Where they get that water from? Look at the gap. You don't see. Look at all the streams going through. Look down here. Look at all the streams. You know, you might not think much of a stream, but them streams is how you get your water. Do they have a water shortage in Russia, or just not showing in this picture?
Brussels last summer when he was attending the G7 and the NATO meeting, his first as president, he was pleading, really working with our allies to stress the importance of coming together to face these common challenges. Now, in the span of 5 days, we've seen all the work that President Biden laid the groundwork for really coming to fruition, as the administration puts it. And we're going to see this, I think, in the President's State of the Union address tonight, something we would ordinarily be talking about on the day of that address to Congress. President Biden rewriting that speech to really reframe and refocus on the argument he's been making for some time now, that the 21st century is shaping up to be a battle between autocracies like Russia and between democracies like the United States, working with our allies. And he's going to showcase how the strength of that alliance is coming together to meet this challenge tonight.
Normally, we would be talking about the State of the Union. Instead, he is going to be talking about.
All right, y'all. So World War III might be coming. I don't know why Ukraine doesn't just join NATO. That's fine, my duck. I'm glad to get anything. To be honest with you. There's the link, my duck. I'm glad to get anything. I ain't gonna lie to you. Look, y'all, it's starting to look like a reality. I mean, but I'm gonna send you the bank information, and if that worked, great, and if not, then we'll just use the PayPal. I'm not too particularly worried. See, I'm not greedy. You know, to me, this is a bonus, something unexpected. You know. But back to the topic, y'all. At first, it might have seemed like this was something way on the other side of the world. Now, this could be reality setting in. This could be reality setting in. We might be getting ready to go to war. I'm dead serious. We might be getting ready to go to war against supposedly the best army in the world. I think we got the best army in the world, I'll be honest with you. The United States is history in war. Even though with the media, in the social media, I think that our history shows that we are the most ferocious when it comes to warring. I hope that the UK has the intestinal fortitude. It ain't the same people, but the fact that the colonies, remember, Britain had the best navy in the world. Britain had the best army in the world at the time, and they lost the 13 colonies. Keep in mind that Russia is struggling with the Ukraine, and the Ukraine is right next door. They ain't got to travel no water. They ain't got to go overseas nowhere. They're right next door, and they're struggling. They actually could just walk across the border and do what they had to do, and they can't do it. Something in them is not letting them do it. Do y'all understand? There's something in them that's not letting them do it. They say that they have a 40-mile convoy of troops and tanks, 40 miles long, and they ain't won yet. What's holding them back? Why are they sending all these bombs when they got 40 miles of troops, jeeps, tanks ready to go? Why are they still shelling? Why they just ain't gone in there and kicked everybody's butt and took it over? What's holding them back? Are they so dependent on their weapons that they don't think their soldiers can just run in there and do it? You know, you're supposed to send a couple rockets to make the people disheveled, to make them get nervous and run around. And then you come in there, and while everybody is all distracted, you put something on them. You got a 40-mile convoy of soldiers, weapons, and tanks. And you going to a place that's right next door. You ain't got to go across no water. You ain't got to go over no mountains. You ain't got to go over no hills. Why ain't they just going there and just kick the butt? Why are they still trying to weaken them with bombs? Why are they scared to go in there and just do it? This make me think that the army ain't as good as they say it is. If he was that confident in his troops, why not just send them in? I understand you bomb first, then you send the troops in. But this constant bombing, constant shelling, constant knocking down buildings, you're supposed to do that to distract the people while you come in. If you're doing it from a distance, one thing about human nature that we know, human beings get used to it. You know, if you get into a fight with somebody and you beat them, a couple months later, they come back. Then you got to beat them even harder. A year later, they come back. You got to beat them even harder. So if you're dropping all these bombs on these people and they're not running, they saying, come on, you're going to have to drop more and then drop more. But eventually, you're going to have to go in there. And if you're not confident in your troops, It's not going to end well. I'm not saying they're not going to win, but it's who going to be afraid of them? What, you got to send some more missiles? We know you can't fight. What you going to do? Send some more missiles? Whoever's still standing, we're going to keep on doing what we're doing. We're going to mourn for a minute the ones that die. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. You get people used to. Just like the people that's in those third world countries where they got all that fighting at. They get used to it. It's like part of the day. You ain't supposed to let nobody get used to war. You ain't supposed to let nobody get used to having bombs drop on them. But people get used to it. Check out Revelations in the Bible. When all these plagues are being poured out, the people moan and groan while it's happening, but they still cursing God while it's happening. And they still trying to do what they want to do, even though all these plagues is happening to them. When you get people used to something, they don't flinch. The fact that the devil, after 1,000 years of Jesus ruling, he can come back and still take half the people with him in a short time. Some people ain't had Jesus there for 1,000 years. They ain't seen what happened in the first battle, and they still go sign up with the devil. When you get people used to something, they get used to it. You're getting these people used to being shelled. You're going to walk in there and think you got them beat. They're going to come out swinging. How many more shells are you going to drop? Come on, waiting for this. Let's go. They're not going to be scared of it anymore. Buildings collapsing around them, people dying. The first time you saw Rodney King get beat by those cops, you were horrified. After the media played it 1,000 times, after a while, people started saying, well, maybe you should have did what they said. How many times did you watch George Floyd? In the beginning, you were horrified. After a while, you start saying, why he just didn't get in the car? This is human nature. You keep bombing people. After a while, they start saying, and what? Just like the bully and the nerd. You keep beating the nerd up. After a while, the nerd gonna say, you ain't hit me with the best you got. What else you got? Let me hit you and see what happens. I took your best, and I'm still standing. Let's see if you can take my best. That's what's going on in the Ukraine right now. I'm not no military man. I'm not no war general. I'm just telling you what I see. You got to crush your enemy. You can't keep letting them get back up. We talked about this the other day. The North didn't finish the South. The South got back up and kept doing what they were doing. Just did it in a different way, but kept doing what they were doing. And the North didn't come put their boot on the neck. They kept doing what they were doing. I think Maduck mentioned Afghanistan. We didn't go in there and kick everybody's butt and put our boot on their neck. We went in there looking for them rebels. And them people that we supposed to be protecting over there were hiding them rebels. How can you win a war when you ain't all in? Part of the people they trying to protect was protecting the rebels. You have to have an enemy, and you got to crush your enemy. You worried about what the media say. Well, we can't do that. The media will say something. You're not running the war. You're letting somebody else run the war. They got a 40-mile convoy of soldiers, tanks, jeeps. How many miles is the country to go from one side to the other? And yet you ain't took the capital? You just sitting there? Yeah, we just sitting here posing. While you sitting there posing, they still got control. The longer you sit there, the more confident they get. The longer you sit there, when you start to move, they ain't firing at you now. But you got a 40-mile convoy. Just imagine that, 40 miles. When that convoy start to move forward, they're going to explode on them. The Ukrainians are going to come from the sides. They're going to come from the rear. They're going to come from over here. They're going to be in the ditches buried under. They're going to be in the trees. They're going to be striking. And they're going to be caught in the middle. Like, oh, where I go? Where do I run to? If I was the Ukrainian general, that's what I'd be doing. I wouldn't even be showing these soldiers. I would have everybody hidden. The minute the Russians think, yeah, we can go ahead and march on, everybody will come out the woodwork. I would send people from the back of the line. Start there. Make the people in the front have to come help those in the back. Then send stuff to the front. Make them have to turn back around. Then come in the middle and catch everybody caught in between. That's what I'm not no strategist, but that's common sense. Well, Mudduck says because of the people, they don't want to kill their people that want to become part of them. Well, Mudduck, that's not war. War is attack and kill until the other side gives up. When you start saying, like you were saying about Afghanistan, when you go to war, you got to kill everything. Except for the people that's willing to bow down. If they're not willing to bow down and go along with what you're doing, you got to take them out. That's war. It says so in the Bible. God told Joshua and them, go in there, kill everything and destroy everything. Because he knew if they kept the kids will grow up. He knew if they kept the women would try to get them to worship their gods and would try to get them to not follow his rules. That's why God said, kill everything. And we wouldn't listen. And we kept trying, oh, the women's so pretty, we got to keep them, we're going to marry them. And then before you know it, you got idols on the hills. Samson. It took Delilah 3 times before she actually cut his hair. 3 times. The first time, if I was Samson, she'd have been gone. The second time, if I was Samson, I'd have cut her head off and hung it out there for everybody to see. Don't even try it. Y'all can get mad all you want. I'm telling you the truth. We ain't got to go there. I can take you back to the beginning. When Eve came and tried to get that apple to Adam, he should have slapped it out of her hand and mushed her in her face and said, get out of here. Get away from me. Because when he come back, you stand here. Where's your little serpent friend at? Y'all stand here before God. I'm not giving up my blessing. Peace. Instead, he went on and joined in. I remember a friend of mine got into an argument. he got into an argument with this dude. This dude had people in his family that, they were connected. They had gang connections. And everybody kept saying, you're going to get in trouble because even if you can beat the guy, what's going to happen when he go back and get his buddies? I pulled the friend to the side and I said, look, two things you can do. Let the guy beat you up and hope that nobody do nothing to you, or beat the guy so bad, but be nice about it, that they won't mess with you. He said, what? I said, beat the guy up so bad, but be nice while you're doing it. Make it seem like you don't want to fight, that he making it happen. So that when he go back to his buddies or his family, and they like, you want us to go get this guy. Why? Because he did this to me. Everybody say that he didn't want to fight you. He loves you. You made him fight. Why you want us to go out there and fight a battle you didn't have to fight? And he did that, and nothing happened to him. And I've done that many a day. People told me I preach to people while I'm beating them up. And our own family members say, I can't believe you made that man do that. That man didn't want to touch you. Why'd you make him do that? Now, that's not 100%. You still got idiots out there that kill you anyway. But that's what it seemed like Russia trying to do. Well, we dropping bombs on them, but we're not hurting them, They still us, we don't want to kill the people. But you're bombing maternity wards. You're bombing apartment buildings full of people. But they're trying to be nice about it. You still got to finish them. You can't be nice and not finish. This should have been one and done. It should have took them 2 days. The size of Russia and the size of the Ukraine, it should have took them 2 days to go in there and kick their butt. They right next door to them. They ain't got to travel nowhere. They ain't got to ship nothing nowhere. They right there. They should have been able to cross the border, shoot everything up, beat everybody up, take it over. Instead, they sending missiles. You could send a missile while you can send a missile from 1,200 miles. I don't even think that country 1,200 miles. You can send a missile from 1,200 miles. Are the Russians playing the video games? You understand what I'm saying when I say play the video games? I remember we were doing the Iraqi war and they were showing it on CNN. And everybody kept saying it looked like a video game. Because we were bombing them. But the soldiers was going in and kicking their butt. And they was running. As long as you bombing, they say, well, they shoot bombs. It's when you come in there and you start shooting and start taking people out one by one. That's when people get scared. People get used to the bombing. It might hit me, it might not. But when you come face to face, that's when you find out what somebody made out of. And it seems like the Russians don't want to go face to face. That's my issue with whatever plan they got. Why they not going head to head? That's what you got a military for. That's what they get paid for. Some people got family in the military. Some people got family on the police force. And every time, some people got family that's firefighters. Sometimes those men have to die. But that's part of the job. You got a lot of men that work security detail, that work security for politicians. You got people, the Secret Service, that work security for the president. They get paid good money. But their job is to put their life to save somebody else's. That's their job. A lot of people want to get all wishy-washy about it, but that's what they get paid to do. If you're a soldier and you're afraid to fight, you shouldn't be a soldier. If you got 40 miles of soldiers just sitting there in that little teeny country doing nothing, what does that say about the intestinal fortitude of that people? It seems like they grandstand. We're gonna scare you. We're gonna scare you. Why? How come you not scared? Why you not scared? Why you not scared? Ain't you scared we gonna come get you? We posing. We flexing. Look at what we got. Go in there and get them. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. And that's why the people there are saying, come on, we got something for you. Now, they came in there and maybe the people would have got scared, but they doing all that flexing. That's sort of like before a fight, somebody start flexing. Man. Sitting there like, man, if you don't come on, let's fight. You doing all that flexing for? This ain't no bodybuilding competition, it's a fight. But, you know, look at these guns I got. I'm gonna tear you up. You doing all that flexing. Get hit one time and be out. We're doing all that flexing. Trying to intimidate somebody. Like I said, we gonna have to get involved eventually. I don't know why they just didn't sign up with NATO and get it over with. If they had signed up with NATO, we would have to go over there. It wouldn't be no choice. So I don't know why the people didn't just sign up with NATO. Then it will be a coalition, and everybody will have to go over there. You know, because see, the problem is that some people say, well, that itty bitty country, who cares? You got Norway and Poland. You got a lot of other countries over there that's smaller too. And if Russia takes the Ukraine, why won't Russia try to take them too? So they got their own interest for getting into the war. But Putin was betting on everybody not wanting to get involved. Remember what I said about evil? When good people do nothing, evil becomes rampant. Putin is trying to bet that nobody will get involved so that he can do what he want to do and run rampant. He was shocked by the sanctions and everything. He thought everybody was just, sorry, Ukraine. But the fact that the Ukrainians are putting up such a fight, it's making other people want to get involved. You know, it's almost like if you got a cousin or a nephew, you know, and y'all like maybe 5 years apart, and you see them get bullied. If they don't fight back, it's kind of hard for you to get involved. But if you see them fighting back, and it's 2 or 3 people jumping on them at a time, you'll go help them because you'll get behind somebody that's willing to fight. And the fact that the Ukrainian people have not buckled to this big army, this big country that's 20 times the size they are, it makes people want to get behind them. I don't think Putin counted on that. What do y'all think? I don't think Putin counted on that. How could you not want to help out the Ukrainians? As small as they is, they put up a fight. They could have been quick, coward, and ran. How could you not want to help them? Yes, we don't want our soldiers to get involved. We don't want our kids to get involved. But if Putin takes the Ukraine, what's to stop him from going after Poland? What's to stop him from going after Norway? What's to stop him from going after the UK? What's to stop him from going after the United States? So we have to make a decision. Let me check and see if the seller said anything. The other phone was dying. I hate that. Hold on. Let me see if he said anything. All righty, he said okay. Already, Mud Duck, he said okay. Send me your address so I can get him to make a shipping label. Tomorrow, I'll break down. I'll break Marsha down and I'll put it in the box and I'll look up the routing number for my online bank account. I'll look up the routing and account number and send that to you. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, it helped me out a little, especially getting ready for this move. It'll really help out. But like I said, we just had to get through people setting their ways, and you gotta show them, hey, the bike ain't doing nothing right now. It's just sitting there. So why not make something off of it? Well, it's just sitting there right now, right? So that's why I said, I'm grateful to make anything off the deal. But that's how I know that the person that got that bike, they changed their mind. There have been 6 people have changed their mind. And I know it's on their side. I get them excited about the bike. I tell them what they tell me, but then when they go to them, they told something different. And then they want to back out, and I don't blame them. If it's supposed to be free shipping, then it should be free shipping. If it's supposed to be no sales tax, it should be no sales tax. If you're supposed to get it in 7 days or less, you should get it 7 days or less. That's what I was told to tell you. That's what you're supposed to get. And if you don't get it, then yes, you should cancel. I can't blame you. It's been a couple of times they wanted to send me somebody's information and ask them, hey, why'd you change your mind? If you ain't done nothing wrong on your end, why would you do that? I would be embarrassed to do that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If we could get the following that we could pick up other companies, it'd be great. If we could get the following. But the problem is to pick up that following will bring other problems. Right now, we're under the radar. We start getting big, like Micah, we're going to be on the radar. So if we sell a bike once or twice a year, we under the radar. Not no danger. But we start doing like what other people are doing, then somebody's going to be looking. That's why I say right now, people are looking, they get their feelings hurt. But if we get big, that's why I say, I don't get mad. Oh, you only got 30 people watching it. Okay. Good. Oh, well, that's why you only got 50 views. Good. Ain't nobody looking at it. You start putting up them big numbers, people start looking. Look at how we got trolled tonight. But our little bit of views, we got trolled tonight. Imagine if we were big. Just imagine it. They can call their authorities. I can show them all the paperwork. Tell me where I made some money at. Sometimes it's good to be small. Don't everybody pay you no mind. When you're big, that's when everybody wants you. But yeah, my prayers go out to the people of Ukraine, and I hope they don't give up. This is what I was telling you should have been going on when they had all them people trying to migrate through Mexico to come here from South America. Stand your ground. It's your country. People don't understand. It's different when you have a country and a culture that's your own. How do you get up and walk away from it? And then you want to come over here and bring your flag and bring your customs. Huh? Looking at you like, man, get back over there then. We don't respect you because you didn't stand your ground. My ancestors didn't get on a boat or a plane and decide to come here and start over, or run from some other country, come here and start over. They got drug here. Half of them died on the way here. You got your own country, and you're going to let somebody kick you out of it. And then you want to come over here and try to bring, we don't want to hear. You didn't take care of your own. You ain't going to take care of me. I ain't going to pay you a bit of mine. Take your little flag and show it up your butt. You didn't take care of your own. You ran. You got up and ran. And I'm supposed to care? They call this country the Great Melting Pot. It should be the Big Coward Pot, because a lot of the people that came, they ran. A lot of them ran from their own country instead of standing there and fighting. These Ukrainians, they small, but they fighting. How come them people that they had that long convoy of thousands of people trying to force their way into Mexico to sneak in here? Why the heck they couldn't pick up something in their hand and go fight? You can get mad at me all you want. YouTube, you can take the video down, jump in the lake. But you can't deny my logic. Because you can make your excuses. Well, you know, go ahead. You know, I was thinking, you know, you didn't have to say that. And I feel that you want to say it. But it ain't going to change the fact. What I'm saying is the truth. It's not going to change. A lot of people run. There's people running from the Ukraine right now. But the majority of the people ain't running. And here's the key. They're not running from the Russian troops. They're running to get away from the shelling and the bombing. They're not running from the people. That's sort of like saying, well, I shot the house up and the people had to leave the house. Not we went in there and beat everybody up and made them run away. You know, we shot the house up. Well, you can shoot the house up from across the street. You can shoot the house up from an airplane. You can shoot the house up from 90 yards away. That doesn't mean you better than the people you shot at. That means the bullets killed them. Go in there and physically beat the people up and take it over. That's what you're supposed to do. Not hide behind your weapons. They hiding behind the weapons. And the problem with Russia is they taking too long. Because see, when somebody hear gunfire, their first thought is to run or get down. But if the gunfire keep going on and then it stops, they get up, check everything out, go back to doing what they were doing. Then you got to come back again. This time, they're not ducking down. When you come back again, they're not even flinching. Do y'all understand? When I first moved around here, the first time I heard gunfire, I stopped and looked up. When I first started the show, if y'all listen, gunfire went off. I didn't pay it a bit of mind. I knew it wasn't aimed in this direction because I could tell from hearing it. Oh, so many times in my life. I didn't even flinch. Went about my business. People get used to it. When you get somebody used to what you're doing to them, you got to try harder and harder and harder and harder. They get used to it. And when people get used to you, they're not scared of you no more. It ain't the same fear. Mother says, when a war actually come affect us, then what? I don't know how many nuclear weapons that Russia has. Here's the problem with nuclear weapons. We both have them. If you want to make it a war of weapons rather than a war of attrition, nobody's going to win because everybody's going to be blown up. It's going to be like two men bragging about how big that thing is, but they never go get none. And it's going to be like two women bragging about how big their breast is, but they never get married. I blow you up, you blow me up. Neither one of us get nothing. What do we get out of it? I'm blowing your place to smithereens. You done blown my place to smithereens. We ain't got nothing. What are we dominant over? What have I won from you? If I win, what have I won? Rubble? It's going to take me 40 years of resources, work, time, and effort to make it back to something I can use. How did I win? What do you win? If you level everything, what do you win? They tearing the Ukraine up, bombing all the buildings. When you get it, what you gonna do with it? Ain't nothing but rubble. Instead of going in there and beating the people up and taking it over, instead you blowing it to smithereens. When you win, what do you have? You got a land full of destruction. Then you got to spend money to rebuild it. What's the purpose of taking something? You could have built something on your own. You're supposed to take somebody that got more than you got so that you get something out of it. What are they getting? Bragging rights? Why they spending billions of dollars trying to build the country back the way it was? It's going to take them about 10 to 15 years to get the country back up the way it was. Really? What do you get? If you get into a world war, Russia gonna be smithereens. If they getting bombed from NATO, United States, UK, if everybody starts bombing Russia ain't nothing but a wasteland as it is now. Nothing but a bunch of snow and mountains. What's it gonna be when it's bombed to hell? What's it gonna do? What's it gonna grip to somebody? Well, they got oil. The oil gonna burn up when these nuclear bombs hit the oil. The oil ain't no good. It's cold and snowy. Don't nobody want to live there. The weather's terrible. Who wants to be there? That's what I'm saying. What do you get? I ain't never heard nobody say, hey, let's go on a trip to Russia. When you ever heard that? I heard, let's go to Barbados. Let's go to Jamaica. Let's go to Hawaii. I ain't never heard nobody say, hey, let's go to Russia. When you ever heard that? When you ever watched the game show and the prize was, let's go to Russia. Except for the oil, there ain't no reason to go there. Except for the oil. And if we nuke it, there ain't gonna be no oil, or the oil gonna catch on fire. So what do you get? Mudduck said, World War II all wrong. We should have supported Germany, then Russia gone. Well, there was an agenda. There was an agenda to go against Germany. And we understand the agenda. But like I said, it is a scripture that says that Russia is going to attack Jerusalem. But I think I proved that that's not right now. That's a ways off. Because you got to get the people that's in there right now. You got to get them out of there. That's your first problem. People that's there now, those ain't the ones that's talked about in that scripture. You got to get them out of there. And a lot of people didn't like what I said, but believe it or not, they don't like it. But some of God's people have started moving into Jerusalem. Some of God's people have started moving into Jerusalem. It's a small number, but we'll see 100 years from now. I won't be alive then, but we'll see. You said you had to rescue Johnny, then you run church in underground land. You said it's all gone, just like movie World Gone. Well, like I said, you don't hear nobody else commenting, and that's because they don't want to. They're afraid of what somebody else is going to say about them. And that's why the people don't say nothing. People say, why don't somebody say something? Well, if they was worried about what Jesus and God said and stop worrying about what everybody else said, they wouldn't have no problem. If somebody was to kick my door in right now, I'm going to hit them with what I can hit them with. And if it worked, great. And if it don't work, oh well. If it's my time to go, ain't nothing I can do. If it ain't my time to go, man, you in trouble. That's how you gotta look at life. Is it your time to go? And stop worrying about if you right with Jesus and God, you ain't worried about going. If you ain't right with them, that's when you're worried. More people had that attitude. Evil wouldn't have no room to move. It would try. It wouldn't have no way to move. I thought Nia said something. Did it vanish? I just looked up at the chair. I thought Nia said something. I guess I was hallucinating. Well, all right, y'all. It's 3:45 in the morning. Like I said, Duck, send me your address so I can send it to him. I might have it. Oh crap! I can't do it here. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. I might have it. Hold on a second. Just gotta figure out which one is which. Would it be this one? All right. I actually found the tracking number. I found the tracking number. I found the actual tracking number. It's amazing how many places they went to before it got to you. Moses Lake. Ah, that's funny. Moses Lake. Oh, yes. I mean, it's amazing what they name some dumb stuff. You say, then smack them in the head. I hope they come here. Put them to work. Loon Lake probably. Why am I crazy? Lake. You see on bike ride. I don't want to really go too far. Or is it faster? Moses Lake, meth capital of this. You said it's the meth capital. With a name like that, I can believe it. You'd be surprised when people call stuff. You would be surprised. Look at that cat sitting at the end of the bed. Instead of getting up and playing with her toys. The hardest part about the movie is going to be picking up all them toys that we got for Christmas and putting them in one bag. God, don't she got them all over the house. All over the house. Just everywhere. It's just sad. I'm ready to give a lot of stuff away. Or just throw it out and try to sad. Been accumulating stuff since 2017. But you can't look back. You gotta look to the future. Now I'll be able to get better stuff. So instead of looking behind, look to the future. Don't look behind. Look to the future. Whoa, I've been on for 5 hours. How do we do it? I meant to come on for 20 minutes. We've been on for 5 hours. How do we do it, y'all? How do we do it? He said need to make a bunker to protect everyone. If it's my time to go, it's time to go. No matter how much stuff you store up, you're going to run out. And you're going to have to come out. That's why I don't even pay that bunker stuff on mine. You can store up all the stuff you want to store up all the water, store it up. Eventually, you got to come out. Or you're going to find out, like they found out with the diary of Anne Land. What was her name? Anne what? They hid up in that attic for the longest time. They got caught. Somebody found them. They're always going to find you. And back then, they didn't have the technology that we have now. They'll find you even quicker. So you think you safe on the ground, they got these meters that's telling you, they're right there. You got people right there. You got people right there. So if it's your time to go, it's your time to go. Ain't nothing you can do about it. You can hold it off a little longer. But if it's your time to go, it's your time to go. Not to mention, won't you get bored being underground all that time? Suppose the country get took over and they take it over. How long you gonna stay underground? Till they leave? Suppose they occupy the country for 50 years. You gonna be in the same bunker for 50 years trying to live off 50-year-old water that dried up, trying to live off canned food that's 50 years old, trying to eat tuna and SpaghettiOs and corn and sweet peas. You gonna want a pizza, you gonna want a donut, you gonna want something. You're eventually gonna creep back out. What you say? Live on the ground for 100 years. It's all long term. We got your sound, S, and big video screen. Work for us too. We all have jobs. Greenhouse taking place of power units. Hey, if you can do all that in the bunker, I don't know if I can sit in one little room underground for 100 years. I think I go crazy. You know, they say people that have been in long-term solitary confinement, they go crazy. That's the reason nobody want to go to solitary. They say you go crazy. He's talking about spending 50 years on the ground. You come up, ooh. What would you gain? Oh, shucks. What makes that? You know, unless you could do like you could do a YouTube or you know, Facebook Live from underground. Could you do that from underground, or like do a radio show where you can talk to people? Yeah, I'm coming from a hidden location. Where you at? Breaker 19. This is Charlie Chat 19. Coming at y'all. We on the underground network. Oh shucks. I gotta say though, the setup worked pretty nice. Even though I got the snowball microphone right here, I'm tapping on the microphone. It's a speaker above it. It's one on each side of it. But I got most of the sound coming from the rear. There's 5 speakers back there. So when I'm playing something, I hope that y'all hear it through the PC, but if you hear it through the microphone, it's not going to cause that wee, because I got most of the sound to the back, not up here with the microphone. I got to remember to change that back. I'll just leave it like this. He said, they'll have internet and it's working on satellites, it's all gone. Well, suppose they shoot the satellites down, then what? If I was taking over a country, first thing I'd do is take out the satellites. So they can't contact anybody, get any help. I would take out the satellites. I make sure I take out the internet. Make sure I block up all the radio frequencies so nobody can talk to each other and have support. Make everybody isolated. And then we go beat them up. Divide and conquer. Fastest way to divide people is cut off the internet. That's the fastest way to cut people off. Some people ain't seen each other in years, but they internet video call. Cut everybody off, make them feel isolated, that they by themselves, they got no help. Already, y'all, my stomach is growling. I'm ready to go in here. And it's 4 in the morning. I gotta decide whether or not I wanna fry a couple of them chicken thighs, or if I wanna make some shrimp. Or I might just take 2 things of pudding and 2 tangerines. It's supposed to be 46 degrees tomorrow, which ain't gonna be no fun bike ride. Let me see what the weather is. Will we do a bike ride tomorrow? Baltimore. Yesterday it was 60 degrees. It's 39 degrees right now. I feel like 33. So 6 a.m. The high gonna be 42 degrees. The high gonna be 42 degrees. That means I might have to put the hoodie on. I don't even know if I want to go out tomorrow. Shucks. It's gonna be windy, 22 miles per hour. That's gonna make it feel like 30. All right, what about Monday? 31 degrees at 12 midnight. Got done. What about Monday? Monday any better? Yeah, you knew it. It's gonna be cold on Monday too. Ain't that something? So we're waiting on the bike to come. At least it ain't gonna be raining. It's gonna be cold though. We're gonna be in the 20s. Ain't that something? Look at that. We're gonna have a high 37. Tuesday, 28. God darn. That's ridiculous. All right, what about the 10-day? When does it get warm again? So 45, winds at 23 miles per hour. Monday, 38. Tuesday, 49. Wednesday, 53. Thursday, it's going to be 73. Look at this crazy weather, y'all. Look at this crazy weather. Look at it. So I put the winter clothes away. I'm going to dig them back out. It's 25 degrees right now. Monday, it's going to be a high 38. Tuesday, a high 49. Wednesday, a high 53. And they talk about a wintry mix, so it's going to snow on Wednesday. And then Thursday, it's going to be 73 degrees with thunderstorm. That ain't crazy weather, what is? How you go from snow to thunderstorms? We're going to have a high of 53 degrees, and yet we're going to have snow. Somebody explain that. We're going to have a high of 53 degrees, but it's going to snow. That's crazy. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. So we definitely not looking forward to that. Oh, y'all couldn't see anything. I'm sorry. I forgot. My bad, y'all. Y'all couldn't see any of that. Let me go back. My bad. Whoops. Well, somebody would have said something. I should have looked at the phone. I'm used to the other one. So right now it's 39 degrees. It feels like 33. So I usually come out between 2 and 6 o'clock. 44 degrees. Winds 23 miles per hour. Look at that. So it's going to feel a lot worse than that. Look at 4 o'clock. It's going to feel like 34. It's going to be 43. It's going to feel like 34. So no shorts. I'm putting most of the pants, I put them away. I'm going to dig out. If I'm going to come out tomorrow, I don't know, we might not go nowhere tomorrow. What about Monday? Look at this. The new bike supposed to come Monday. Look at this, 29, 26, 37. 37 going to be the high. So it's going to be cold. Yeah, well, the weather is gonna be crazy. Tuesday, 28 degrees. God damn. All right, so then we went and we looked at the 10-day. It's gonna be a high of 45 on Sunday, a low of 25. Monday, 38, low of 23. Tuesday, 49, a low of 29. Wednesday, 53, a low of 47. But it's going to be a wintry mix. So we're going to have snow on Wednesday. So that ain't got nowhere to go. But somebody going to find some place for me to go watch. I guarantee you, I'm ready to run a housing or social services. Somebody going to have some place for me to go to be out there in that snow watch. Last snow of the year. Somebody going to find a way for me to go out there. I guess winter going out with a bang. Then the next day, it's going to be 73 with thunderstorms. So don't have to worry about the ice. Then Friday, 64. Saturday, 59. Sunday, 60. Monday, 59. Tuesday, 61. Wednesday. So all we got to do is just get through this the last week of cold weather, I think. Yep. All the way to the 10th. So we just had to get through this week. Starting Friday, it's going to be smooth sailing. The 7th and 8th is going to have showers. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sitting here yawning. Well, the month almost done. The month is almost done. So already, y'all. Like I said, Mud Duck, don't forget to hit me up on the Gmail. Let me take one more look and see if the Saul said anything. I'm getting old. No, he ain't said nothing. All right. Y'all hear that sound? That's the radiator. Cause it's cold outside. And y'all gonna, and yeah, I got on my polo shorts. And they are Ralph Lauren polo sports shorts. So yes, I do match. I do have one pair. I got a polo shirt on. And I got on a matching pair of polo shorts. I told you, at least I did when I was up. I did buy nice clothes. I think I bought this back in 2014. Still wearable. So, Ralph Lauren Polo, you make some nice clothes. Gotta give him that. So, but I guarantee you, by the end of this year, I hope they have a new wardrobe. I want to have a headboard. That's what I'm looking forward to in the new year. So this summer it's gonna be nice. Gonna be sitting out on my balcony doing the show. That'll be nice. It's gonna be nice not having to take the trash all the way down steps, walk all the way through the building, walked up down those crazy steps, and walked out to the witch-con. All I gotta do is take the stuff and just pull that thing down and shove it in and close it. And there you go. Go right down the sheet. Take the cardboard boxes, break them down, stick them down the sheet. That alone. You imagine not having a, might not seem like nothing to y'all. And see, they outlawed the plastic bags. The plastic bags were great trash bags. You could put them on a door handle, tie them up, untie them, put the trash in there, put them back in the door handle, spray a little bit of bleach in there, then take them, be able to put them in the sheet, and there you go. Take out the trash every day. Won't be nothing but a walk down the hallway. So, all right. As Nia would say, see you soon. As Chang Lee would say, don't leave home without the wash spray. As I say, I'm going to catch y'all tomorrow. So y'all have a great evening. And we're going to have part 2. Can you follow Jesus with a chip on your shoulder? Can you preach the word of God with a chip on your shoulder? We'll have part 2 tomorrow. So y'all have a great night. Thanks to everybody that watched. Thanks Nia. Thanks Mudduck, Chung Lee, and the other people that stopped by. Thank the trolls too. They helped make the show. Y'all have a great night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Don't forget to hit me up, Mudduck, on the Gmail. And we out. Peace, everybody.